Hi, chat. Welcome in. Hold on. I come in for a little bit. I'm getting my post out, so give me one moment. I got one more post to do. I did what is this place called? I did Twitch and I did Blue Sky. I gotta do what's that other place called? X. So give me a moment. Hi, best friend. Welcome in. How are you? Hello, Trish Stratus. Or Holy Trish Stratus? Yes. Hi Jay. Hi, Romeo. Welcome in. Hub, welcome in. Hi Top, welcome in. Did I get everybody? I think so. I don't know. If I didn't say hi to you, hi, if you're here. Give me one moment. Let me legit, like, I'm almost, hold on. Give me a moment. Let me just copy pasta. Paste, picture, add, boom, done, done, add, plus, link. I was sitting here zoned out, like I'm supposed to do something while I have them on the starting soon screen. And then at 3 minutes in, I was like, I gotta let people know I'm actually on. So there's that. And then I remembered I had my headphones in, so I'm pretty sure you heard all the stopping of the music. That's because I was putting my headphones in. Everything's on. Hi y'all, welcome in. How are y'all? How what day is it? Hold on. What day is it? The 30th, but like Wednesday. How's everyone's Wednesdays going? I forgot. I don't know what day it is. My days are screwed. I'm officially like a night owl. I didn't go to sleep until like 5 o'clock today, this morning. So I've been putting in a lot of work with TikTok. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but welcome. Hi, howdy, hello. The pink, the purple, the room setup has me looking really Donald Trumpish, but I promise you, I don't look like this. Hold on. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's like I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. I gotta adjust this because I'm looking really orange. I'm looking like Monday Night Raw. I can't have this. Hi, baby sea lion. Welcome in. How are you? I think it's the color that I have. I have purple going on, and I guess that's clashing with my skin. Hold on. Hold on. I don't like this. How are you doing, baby sea lion? I promise y'all, it doesn't even look like I matched my skin properly. Wait. Why is my colors playing me like this? I'm good. That's good. I'm glad to hear. Oh, it's probably the filter I have on. I have on a purple filter. You want, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Today is not the day for the, I don't think today's the day for the filter. Yeah, today's not the day for the filter at all. Just about to sip some tea. Are you okay? Are you sick? Are you getting sick? Um, how are you? I'm good. I am. I don't think I'm as congested as I was Monday, so that's always a good thing. Ah, it felt like something's right there, and it's not. I moved my bangs out the way. Wait, which way is my hair right now? This way. Okay. I don't have much to do. I don't have much to talk about. I'm not an interesting person. So, like, you guys tell me about you. What happened with y'all today? Lies? I don't have much to share. I don't have much to say. Why is he so loud in my ear? Like, relax. Lies? No, it's not. I haven't really, like, if you guys are like, Lolo, what did you do today? You want to see what I've been doing? Like, hold on. I can show you. When you guys are like, oh, Lolo, how was your day? Oh, somebody, uh, uh, oh, okay. When you're like, Lolo, what did you do today? You see this feed? Okay, this is what I've been working on all day. This feed. I put in all of those TikToks within like the last 24 hours. Those are all new. I didn't realize how much effort 30 seconds takes on TikTok. If you want it to be really nice and pretty and cohesive. You've been grinding. I'm so happy for you, for real. I've been trying to get, I still got a lot more content I have to push out. And like, whoever said making TikToks is easy, they lied to you, because they're not. Especially if you want something like with the whole talking, the editing, the pictures, like all of this. This is 30 minutes of video clipped to like 36 seconds with with photos, with audio text, with text. This is a lot of work. Music, because you gotta find the right music to go with the aesthetic. You can't excuse me, I'm so sorry, I didn't know that one was coming. You can't just slap any type of song on the TikTok and think it's gonna work out for you, because that's a lie. So it takes a lot of work to make TikToks. I don't care. If you make your own TikToks, if you make people's TikToks, I commend you, because that shit's not easy. Like, I did editing all day, like legitimately all day, and like I only got 8 TikToks out of that. 8 TikToks. That's it. Fucking editing is for the birds. Wait, oh, my shit's turned. Wait, why don't I see it? Hold on, that's odd. Hello? Why is my stuff moved? Reset? Aaliyah must have got a hold of my shit, because I didn't know that this shit was all the way over in Timbuktu. That is definitely Aaliyah's doing. Reset. There you go. So that's what I've been dealing with. And then I got more to do tonight. So when I'm done with stream again, listen, let me show you. It's all chicken scratch. Okay? It's because like I did this at 2 o'clock in the morning. My chicken scratch. It's legit chicken scratch. It does not look like this. You see how I have this? It does not look like that. That's my real handwriting. Let me show you. I think it's somewhere in here. Hold on. No, it's not in here. Hold on. I like to write stuff. I feel like it means more if I write it versus like put it on the tablet. The tablet's more like, I don't know. I write in the tablet too, but like I feel like the tablet I do more like personal, and then when it comes to work, I write it. I don't know. It's so weird. Hold on. Where is it? I got... Nope. Nope. Hold on. Please hold. The suspense. Ah, here it is. See? Look at that. You see all that? These are all the TikToks I still have to list. Look at all those. And then this is my rotation to like remind me like, hey, make sure you post it over here. Here's your platforms you need to post it on. These are all of the things I still have to do. You know? I don't know what that was for. I think, oh, that was Preston. That was when I had to go to a parent-teacher conference, and those were the days that he missed. But yeah, all of this I still need to do. And then look, I added more stuff. And then today, I'm going to add more stuff to the stuff that has already on here. So like, I'm just drowning. I'm drowning, and I can't get out. So like, I'm thinking about taking a week off in May to just push out massive content, get my YouTube up to par, because I have a lot of YouTube stuff I have to do. Get my TikToks up to par and scheduled. Get my Pinterest up and scheduled. I have a lot. Is that Aquifer? It is. I love Aquifer. I do. Yeah, it's Aquifer. Yeah. Yeah. It is. I can't help it. Okay, so same. I love Aquifer. I like that. Okay, I'm by it. Like, don't kill me. Don't take my black card, okay? But cocoa butter don't be hitting for me. It dries me out. Cocoa butter don't be doing what it does for everybody else for my skin, okay? So I don't use cocoa butter because it don't be doing what it's supposed to do When you guys, like, when I hear people like, oh my God, I live by cocoa butter. I'm like, it dries my skin out. So I use Aquifer. Not gonna lie, I got some cocoa butter Vaseline. The cocoa butter Vaseline, though, that's nice. But like the cocoa butter in the pump, the white bottle, in the blue label, with the little cocoa butter nuts on it, that don't do nothing for me. Maybe I should use, like, what is it? There's another brand that does cocoa butter. Isn't it in like a gold bottle? Maybe I should try that one out. I don't know. We're gonna get into some Nikki. Sorry, music's gotta go. Sorry, such a rude cutoff. But I'm gonna get into Nikki. We're gonna be streaming on TikTok. Yeah, that's the word. Drops are on. Nikki Infinity people, if I have any. All you have to do is watch for 1 hour and 50 minutes. Or 1.5. I lied to you. 1.5. And you get drops. So there's that. So I'm going to go ahead and get everything set up. You guys enjoy the trailer and the process of me setting everything up. All right. We back. I'm getting us still set up for Infinity Nikki on TikTok. I can't find the category. I don't know where it went. Wait, where did it go? Add a category. Isn't it underneath gaming? Oh, it's right in front of me. Okay. There we go. Save. We are going to go live right now. Go live. Nice. Okay. So we are officially live on TikTok. And we are live here on... What is this purple app called? The purple app. Yep, we're live there. Hopefully we get into content today. Because I felt like all I did was look at... Hi, Kobe. All I did was look at outfits. The last 6 hours that we were on here. So hopefully I could change that for us today. I got pools to do. We're gonna do some pools today, okay? We're gonna do some pools. What else? We got pools. I got to do my dailies. We got story content. We got outfit making. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to do today, so it should be a good stream. Gamba. Yep. Hold on. Let me see. Do I have... Okay. There's that. I think we should be fine with everything. Yeah. It's taken a moment because I had to I restarted my computers and stuff. after installing drivers. So I don't know if me updating it with the new driver install is taking this a bit, but it could be that. Yeah, that's I don't know what else to say to you guys, honestly. I'm thinking about doing TikTok exclusive streams coming soon, as well as YouTube. I know I've been neglecting my YouTube channel, but excuse me, and YouTube exclusive streams. I've just been kind of like just overwhelmed with the amount of content I want to do and like the little time that I have. So it's been a lot, but it's gonna get there. We're gonna get there, okay? We're gonna get there. I just gotta find time. Also, you guys, I gotta do an unboxing on TikTok. Look, I got one in my little like Pop Mart little thingy-mabobber things. You see these? I got this off. I got one, and I wanna do like a little recording and an unboxing of it. So I might be addicted to like gotcha like things in general. Am I a fool because I like gotcha stuff? I think it's the excitement of not knowing what I'm gonna get that makes it very fulfilling for me. And then getting very disappointed because it's like, oh, out of all of the ones that you wanted to give me, you gave me that one, you know? It's those feelings. So, yeah. Oh, Fury! I have my headphones in. Look, we got the headphones. The headphones are in. This is the color. We love that. Okay. We got the Sonys in. They should last us the whole stream. Also, I wanted to tell Kobe and High Top, because they are additions to the people who have contributed to the Switch 2. Thank you for contributing. Thank you guys for getting me up for Switch 2. So, like, June 5th, my old ass is gonna go out into the real world and go buy me a Switch. So, thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Ballin. Welcome in. Alright. So, I did a thing. I've been seeing the mermaid, the Little Mermaid kick that everybody's been doing with their Nickies. I had to jump on board. This is my Nikki. She's Ariel. I had to jump on board. I seen everyone else doing it. I had to do it. She's so pretty. I love her. She's gorgeous. So, this is how we're going to be rocking today, okay? Under the sea, yes. So, this is Nikki. For you TikTok guy, y'all, this is Nikki. For Twitch, this is Nikki. No, I said hi, Ballin. Oh, because he said hi, Ballin with a question mark. Oh, I was like, wait. I said your name. Did I say hi, Top? That wasn't an exclamation. No, it was a... No, sir, it wasn't. How are we sounding? TikTok, can y'all hear me over there? Are we good? Are we kosher? I wondered if you meant an exclamation. You're good? Okay, nice. All right, so where do we start? I guess should we push the story? I feel like we should push story, and then we can do a little bit of fun. No. Should we do pools? Should we do pools first and then story? I feel like we should do some pools, and then we can move into story. It's kind of weird not having my bangs out today. I have them hidden. Okay, so we're gonna do some pools. This is only part 1 of the pools for the second banner. I am planning on doing more pools later. Actually, let me double check. Let me see something. Oh, my TikTok was still going this whole damn time. Oops. Hold on, let me double check something real quick to see. Cause if so, we might be doing a big pool today, but I gotta double check. Hello? My camera's like, you look decent today. We don't know who this is. Okay. So, yeah, we cannot. Not today. Okay, so there will be a round 2 of pools if I don't get everything that I want right now. Because that amount has not hit my wallet yet. So, I gotta wait for that to come through. Also, I wanted to let you guys know. It's in a that's Discord. I did not want to pull up Discord. Be gone, you sluts. I am also now going to potentially, maybe, possibly. No, I am. Words are hard. Hold on. Words are very hard. Give me a moment. Let me see. So, you guys know I'm Japanese at heart, even though I'm not Japanese. I am gonna be a content creator for my little Tales game now. So we love that. This is gonna be a thing. You guys will start seeing stuff from that when it goes into early access. I've been beta testing it, and thank you. I've been beta testing in part of like the the Kickstart, and like they opened up the the content creator program for it. So hopefully good things with that. But yeah, that's another plus. I also put my foot put my foot in the door? What is this saying? I open the door, put my foot in the door, I put my neck out there. What is the old saying? What is it saying? Do you guys know what I'm trying to say? Like, there's a saying, an old saying. Kobe, you wouldn't know because you're a baby. But like anybody like in my age group, like, would you know what I'm trying to say? Put my neck out there, put my back out there, put my foot out there. What is the saying? I don't remember the saying, but something. But like, anyway, I am putting myself, stuck your neck out. There we go. Gotcha. Okay, there we go. That's the one. Stuck your neck out there. There we go. Okay. Get your foot in the door. Okay, that one too. I did those 2 things. I put half of my body into the doorway, and I'm hoping I'm hoping I hear something, but I put in for Lies of P, and I also put in for Expedition 33. So hopefully we hear things for those. Manifesting, but hopefully we hear stuff for those. But I did put in for them. So hopefully. Right now, Expedition 33 is looking like my game of the year. I don't know if it's the same for anybody else, but it's definitely my game of the year. So then Lost Souls Aside got pushed out into August 29th, and then I still have Ghost of Yote, right? That one's coming out in like October, right? So we got a lot of games coming to us. And then Borderlands 4 has their own. Oh. Zell! We're pushing up on 3 years, 32 months, tier 3. I appreciate you. Thank you, Zelly Welly Bobelly, for the tier 3 sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. How are you, Zell? It's feeling illustrious. Peak of Yota. Yeah, I am really excited for that. And then like Borderlands 4 has their own whatchamacallit, right? They're getting their own like state of play. Did you hear the rumors that they said that the reason why Borderland moved up their dates was because of potentially Grand Theft Auto 6 is supposed to be having a release date and Borderlands didn't want to compete with GTA? That's the rumor. I cannot confirm or deny because I don't know shit about that. But that's itching to play Expedition 33, then play some. Shit, I'm just cooling? Okay. But yeah, that's the rumors. I wonder if it's true or not. I'm kind of curious. I didn't think we were going to get Grand Theft Auto 6 anytime soon. I thought they were just lying to us, to be honest. Let me see. We are going to do pools. I don't know how many pools I have. But we're going to do some pools. Oh, I have 100. Here, you want... Well, you can't see. But that says 115. We got 115 pools. That's only part 1 for this. We're going to be pulling for this today. The Phoenix. Okay, we're going to be pulling for that. Should we get started? I think we should get started. I'm going to make this an even number real quick, though. Because, like, I know I can just use my diamonds. But, like, I want to see 120. So let me move that to 120. 5. There we go. I feel better now. Wait, did this reset? It has not yet. That resets in less than 24 hours. Okay. All right. I guess we're gonna pool. We got 120. I'm not gonna get the full set today, but I promise you the full set will be done by within the 34 days of us having this banner. So you can guarantee that. I see. So here's the first 10 pull. Wait! Oh yeah, I put the dress down. I'm doing my best not to play Expedition 33 offline. You don't have any like bosses that aren't within the story that you could put. Ooh, 2 5 stars. You don't have anything like out of story that you could fight? Okay. We got, that's nice. 2 5 stars off rip for the first banner, like the first 10 pull. That's nice. That's probably all I'm gonna get, and I'm not upset. I do get a 4 star though. Where's my 4 star? Okay, we got the cute little hat. Okay. That was actually a decent first 10 pull. I enjoyed that. That was nice. That's a good pull, right? Okay, our next 10 pull. I didn't even look at what it was. I just clicked so fast because I was like, oh, there's no 5 star. I could just skip it all, but I kind of like going one by one. I don't know why. I like the feeling. Okay. Can I get 2 more? One more 5 star. Okay. We got the 4 star piece. Okay. That was not a good 5 star. Like a, I mean, yeah, I got a 5 star and a 4 star, but that wasn't, you know. I need like some star roll luck where I could get like 3 5 stars in one banner. I've only had that happen to me once. We got the wings. Wait, wasn't that back-to-back 5 stars? I got 2 4-star items in this too? Oh, okay, no. No, I did. Nice. Okay, so we got 2 4-star items and 1 5-star item in this one. That was a decent pool. We get the, okay, so we got the dress. I think that's probably it. That's all we're gonna get for this one. Yeah, I figured. That was a poo-poo pool. That's fine. We got 7 more 10 pools to do. This is our 1 out of 7. We got the dress, which was my 5, like my wish. So love that for us. Can I get another 5-star? You know, don't be shy. Just add another one. Okay, a 4-star item. That's fine, I guess. Okay. This was another 4-star pool, wasn't it? I don't think... Okay, so we got Evolution 1 for Celestial Wishes completed. Cute! Another TikTok I gotta do. Love that. Let's see. Okay, 1 out of 5. We got 40 more 10 pulls after this. We got the gloves. Listen, I was thinking about making the aerial, right? But I kind of want to make like a... I know that like aerial, like mermaids are considered sirens regardless, right? But I want to make like a true like siren, like bad siren. Like she's a baddie, but like she's a bad mermaid. Because we look at Ariel and we're like, oh my god, she would never harm a fly. But technically she would, because sirens are evil. But I want to make like an evil siren. How many more? 40. I got 40 more crystals, I think. Hi, Paper. Welcome in. Hi, Jedi. Welcome in. Okay, so we got the gloves and the hairpiece. Okay. Yeah, we got 40 more crystals. I don't know if I'm going to use my diamonds today. I might just sit on my diamonds for the next... for part 2 of this banner pool. Jedi, thank you for the tier 1 resub. Thank you for being here for 18 months. I appreciate you. It's been 18 months? You've been very quiet for 18 months. Holy moly. This kind of gives me... It's one of the dresses we got as a heartfelt gift. Like, it gave us that little furry thing. Like, now we have one that's kind of bedazzled. I don't remember the, if there's a decoration for this one. You figured I would know that, but I don't. There was so much content just given out in, like, the last, like, 3 days before the actual launch happened. 3-4 days. That I kind of just, like, turtled and, like, was just like, it's too much information. I will learn the information as I play it in game. We got another piece for the 4-star. So, wait, what are we at right now? How many pieces? 7 out of 11 for the 5-star? Okay. I don't think I'm gonna get the full outfit today. Okay. Our last 10 pull. For now, it's our last 10 pull, but I will have more pulls coming later. Okay, so this is guaranteed at least 8 out of 11. Nice. If the game was nice to me, they can make it a 9 out of 11. But I don't think they're gonna do that. They were like, no, bitch. We gave it to you the first round. That's it. I knew it. This game is a hater for real. Okay, so... Oh, there wasn't a decoration for this one. Okay. I was about to say, Momo has a little... His is so cute! I love this! Wait, what is that? Is this a decoration? Now I'm confused. Hold on, I gotta see it. I'm getting all of the makeup real quick. Which one is this eyes? Oh, these are brows. Okay. These are eyes. No, these are eyes. What the fuck did I just look at? One of them must have been the face then. I don't know what the hell I was looking at. The lips. Okay. The new frame. Oh, did I not? Wait! I didn't get Momo's cloak! I'm hurt. The gift box? The gift box. The gift bags? Oh, you get you get poses. Hold on, do I want to try and pull for these? No. No means no. I have to wait. Do I though? Hold on. Hold on. I have to check things. I have to talk to the game for a moment. Let me talk to the game. Damn, I have to wait. Okay. The game told me hold on. Okay. Alright. I had to double check something. We got the first one of that. I will be 100% for this. I will. I regret not doing Eerie seasons because like I regret not getting this, not because I want it, but because like I want 100% on everything. And that's a bad mindset to have on a gacha game, I know, but if this makes me happy, then like let me be happy. There's only so many little things that make me happy in life, and this is one of them. Okay? Alright, more diamonds. I can do... Let's just do one more tinfoil. One more is not gonna hurt. I have enough to do 2 more tin... We're gonna do 2 more tinfoils. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Fuck it. We're here. One more. We're gonna do 2 more. It's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt. You know? Wait! Did I pull for the wrong banner? I'm sick. I hate myself. I need to redeem myself. I need to redeem myself. God, I pull for the... I'm about to crash out. I'm crashing out in my brain. I don't know if y'all can see it, but... I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not okay. After using the Sleepwalker whimsical or yep, the whimsical ability, Nikki drifts into a sweet sleep. The moon and stars gently nudge her slumber, and even if she stirs awake, there's no need to worry. Reality is just as sweet as in her dreams. Okay, whatever. I don't fucking care. I just fucking goofed. I'm so mad at myself. It's okay. I can redeem myself. How? I don't know, but I will redeem myself. Narrator, narrator. She, in fact, was not okay. Right, I'm emotionally distraught and my pain and suffering and questioning of life is there. Okay, so we ran around in this one, the last stream, right? So, like, maybe we should change it up. I have default Nickies because soon we're gonna, one of these streams, we're gonna be, you know, changing my outfits up for 1.5, but it's just not gonna be today because I need to push story. Which one? Where are we? We want Ariel today, right? So I'm gonna erase this one and make this one's default as well. Let's erase this one because, like, I can always just come back to this one. We're gonna make that default. So this is the outfit we're rocking today. Oh yeah, I didn't put clothes on her. This is what we're wearing. Momo, be best boy and dress with me. We match in a way. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Wait, why is this still... Oh, my frames. Okay. Love that. Okay. What is something... I wanted to tell you guys something else. Oh, remember when I was talking about, like, my Z wasn't working? Yeah, the game was broken. So it wasn't just me. So that's good. Everything is back now. See? Everything is back. There's my bubble wand. If you didn't see my TikTok, I did share my bubble wand. But there it is. The towel you had him in the other day looked adorable. I need to do a TikTok with it. But he was so little. It was so cute. Hold on. Let me see if I can get back to it. Is it C for wardrobe? Oh, because I'm doing this. Girl, put it away. Okay. C. You want him to run around in the towel today? I can do that. We're gonna have him run around in the towel. Bet. Say less. Alright, Momo. Best boy's in his towel. You won't... The sad thing is, with this area, you don't really... Momo's not here. And it kind of makes me sad. Like, a lot of people be hating on Momo because of the other games that he's in. But, like Love Nikki and Shiny Nikki. But in this one, he's, like, best boy.
Looks like there's a boat over there.
The vessel here will carry you to the Unbound Tower.
Oh. Right. Oh. I'm like, why do things keep popping up? So here, should I like... Does anything change? No? Okay.
Board the vessel before you. It will carry you back to Mirrorland. May the journey guide you to the answers you seek about yourself and the world.
The Sea of Stars connects endless worlds, so where to next? Wishfield, I guess? Wait! Hold on. I'm not trying to sound ungrateful whatsoever, but that's it for the... Like, I could have legit finished the Sea of Stars the last stream. I thought there was going to be more story than just that. I know that there's another part where we deal with the PCs and everything. Love them, but like... That's it. Okay. I did that same thought. Like, I didn't know it was that quick. Wait! I was like, oh, we're gonna get like immersed into the world. We're gonna talk to her some more. We're gonna look around some more. No, that was it? I'm kind of upset. What outfit am I working on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That was it? Oh, my heart, it hurts. So like, I'm about to sound like a brat. So you're telling me you want me to grind in Sea of Stars with no story? And unlock all of the hoopla here with no... Okay, you know what? It's fine. I gotta do some stuff in Sea of Stars. Because, like, I gotta unlock... Like, there's people already with, like, their little purple... Like, the Sea of Star outfit. What is it? Wonder if anything about resetting time. Oh. Ooh! I can change my... Ooh, okay. You have... Immersion at home? You know... I expected a little... a little bit more. Track. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Let me see if this makes me happy. I'm pretty, you know, simple, I think. Probably not. Miss, is there something you wish to tell me about the ability outfits? Indeed, I sense that you have become quite adept at using a fair number of ability outfits. Well done, my pink star. She is so pretty. If I do an F12, is it going to have the caption or is it just going to be her? It's just her. Oh my gosh. I will take so many. She's so pretty to me. Let me weave another thread into the tapestry of your fate. I shall teach you the way, or I will teach you a way to channel your realm, allowing you to wield abilities without the need to don the corresponding outfit. Without wearing the corresponding ability outfit? Does that mean Nikki can dress in any outfit she likes and still float in the air or purify S-lings? That is correct. However, this is no simple skill to master. But fear not, through countless failures, we always gain valuable experience. I would like to understand these techniques, or I would like to understand how these techniques work. I want to start learning these techniques. Okay, let's be polite. But how is that possible? I thought abilities were bound to their specific ability outfit. Indeed, such is usual the case. Ability outfits, in their essence, weave together one's creativity, experience, and thoughts bind them into the fabrics. I was gonna say fabrics and fibers together. That was about to be fibers of a chosen ensemble. When a stylist acquires an ability outfit, they are granted its corresponding power. It is like an enchanting tool, enabling even the most inexperienced child to craft works to true mastery. She's cheating. She has pink hair. However, as you know, possessing an ability outfit is not the only path to learning its ability. Why is it cutting her? Is she too tall for the frame? I don't understand. Just like a person without a fishing ability outfit can still learn to fish on their own. Oh, hi Raiders! Welcome in! Hi! Wait. I'm so bad with names. Audrey? Is it? Wait. Audrey? Am I saying that right? Please tell me I'm saying that right. If not, I'm gonna be so embarrassed. I'm gonna hide underneath a shelf. Hi, fellow Nikki creator. Hi, welcome in. How was the stream? Were you playing Nikki as well? You were. Where are you at? Adri? You're so fine. It happens all the time. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad with names. I'm so bad. How are you liking the game? How are you liking the update? Is it working for you? Is the question. But hi Raiders, welcome in. My name is Lolo. We are also playing Infinity Nikki. I'm trying to figure out just life in general in this game at the moment because like there was just so much that was thrown at us at once. The dying system I'm still overwhelmed with, so there's that. But if you guys got a raid and run, please go do so. Go eat, go sleep, go drink, whatever the case may be. Audrey, thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I really appreciate it. I have 4 Nikki friends join me today and dyed my favorite outfit. That's cute. Wait, which one's your favorite outfit? I tried pulling for the second banner and that was not done today. Hi, welcome in Raiders. Hi. Okay, hold on. Let me say hi to everyone. Trees Penguin, hello. Nat Attack, welcome in. I'm bad with Rowan. Okay, welcome in. Willow Sip. Wait, Willow, welcome in. Is it Tinkers, welcome in? I'm really bad at Morants. Is that a... I can't read. My glasses are out of date. I need to get a new prescription. I'm so sorry. Okay. Kobe, thank you for that gifted sub. I appreciate it. But yeah, if you guys got a raid and run, please go do so. I don't want to, like, you know, if you gotta go do things, go do things. I don't want to keep you, if you gotta go. But like, thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I really appreciate it. When I'm not playing Nikki, we're playing Expedition 33. If I'm not playing Expedition 33, I'm playing Stellar Blade. Those are kind of the games in rotation at the moment. Oh, Kobe, you're so sweet. Look at you having a moment. Look, you're being so nice. I love that. Okay, so like now Expedition is so good. I love it. It's very challenging for me because it's like not like I like turn-based, but that style of turn-based I've never experienced. But it's a nice challenge. It's not unbearable. I think that's probably the best way to say it. Dropped a follow, but my baby just woke up. So hopping off. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you. Have a good night. Take care of the babies. I do need to bathe my dog since they decided to play in the mud today. But it was lovely meeting you. Thank you again. I appreciate you. You have a good night. Or day. Wherever you're at. Time zone. It's fun to figure out. It definitely is. I still need to master parries. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I can dodge, but like parrying is kicking my butt. Like I can't get that down, but I can dodge when I need to. Just like a person without the fishing ability outfit can still learn to fish on their own. Oh yeah, we did that. That is correct. In fact, the whim, or to whim, fate has also bestowed upon people their... hello? I had a huge brain fart. Perry is tough? Is it really? So it's not just me? I thought it was just me, because this is like a new game. Fate has also bestowed upon people their abilities or their talents and their hard work nature. Even those who are not stylists can acquire certain abilities on their own. The one thing I hate about TikTok is that when I type, I can't see your gameplay. Really? What does it do? Wait, when you type on somebody... Wait, really? I'm curious. How does it look when you type? I've never been in a TikTok stream. I lie. I've been in one TikTok stream. Well, one, like... I've been in Pop Shop's TikTok, and if you know, you know. I've been trying to fight for my life for a Labubu, and... ever since those lives, I've been traumatized, and I don't really go on lives. The keyboard... It covers it momentarily. The keyboard swipes up over the gameplay. Oh, should I swap? Do you want the gameplay above and me below? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. No, you're goofy. Oh, I'm good. That's crazy. Wow. You just call me, your autocorrect called me goofy. I mean, it's not wrong, but like... Thank you for the follow, welcome in. That is fact. Wait, do I have anybody who's playing Infinity Nikki off of Steam? I'm just curious to see how it's working for you guys. I downloaded it on my Steam Deck, but I'm still using the official launcher through my PC. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Autocorrect almost got me in trouble. I mean, like, I took it in the sense of you being like, why would you want to cover yourself, goofy? Like, I knew, like, that's kind of like the route I thought you were going, but if it was the autocorrect, then we'll let the autocorrect take the blame. But that's what I thought you meant it. But like, I guess not. I play on my PC. Oh, does it work for you? I don't know. Like, the community in Discord, it's like been like 50-50 on it working through Steam and then not. So I was just curious. I downloaded on my Steam Deck, but I pulled away. Got pulled away by the kids before I could play it. I'm going to try on my lunch tomorrow. Okay. That was where I was going. Kobe. Why are you playing with the dyslexic mindset? Like, my mind, you just broke me. That is where I was going? Is that what you're trying to say? But I didn't type goofy though. Okay. Okay, that's okay. Understood. Yeah, it works. Okay. Sometimes it crashes and it has bugs like everyone else. Yeah. The bugs in 1.5. That's another thing a lot of people have been complaining about. The bugs. Oh gosh. Why is my TikTok? Oh, because I was gonna look at the thingamabobber. That's right. But never mind. I don't need to see that. Have you tried co-op yet? I tried it, I think earlier today for the first time off stream, because like somebody tapped me and I didn't want to reject them because I felt really bad if I rejected them. But all they did was like pull me around. I was trying to like walk with them, and she's like, "No, you're going this way." And I was like, "Oh, Okay. So it was a interesting experience because yeah, sounds about right. But like I was trying to type and like emote them and say like hi and like nice to meet you in like the chat and stuff, but like they weren't responding to my emotes or my chat. They just pulled me around the whole time. And then they chatted and they were like, "All right, I have to go." And then they just like left. I was I was just like I just stood there. Um Photos are a lot of fun to do and see people's outfits. I've been looking like my favorite thing to do is like look through the little lookbook. I can just sit there and just refresh the whole time because I just love looking at people's styles. So you're best friends now? I don't wouldn't say I tried to talk to her, but like or them. I tried to talk to them because I don't know. But they weren't responding. Until they said, "All right, I gotta go. This is enough. Enough is enough." And I think it was probably because I was trying to pull away. Because, like, I wanted to do the little, like, oh, let me hold your hand and walk you across the water because I have the ice ability on and you don't. But they weren't having it. They weren't having it. They took me all the way up to, like, the tower. And that was it. On day one, I had a bunch of people swarm me with the bikes. Oh yeah, I have the bike too. I still haven't see. I've been trying to pressure like in a nice way. Okay, I've been trying to pressure my community to get on Nikki so I can like give them bike rides. I can take them on little dates. Okay, I can do tea time, but like I mean, do you take your friend do you take friend code requests? I do. Hey mods, can you type in my code for me, please? The little command. Appreciate it. Wait, ads, I cry. Oh no. But yeah, I'm always thank you for the follow. I'm always looking for people, whoever wants to play. I would love to play with you. I need friends. So far the only way I've been making friends. You heard her. You heard herder people go download the game now? Right, tell them, let them know. Thank you, Fury. You need 3 more people, so on Wednesdays everyone wears pink. Every day is a pink day. Well, okay, for me personally, because like that's my color scheme. But like on Wednesdays we wear pink and we eat. No, we don't eat protein bars. That'll be a lie. Because yeah, no. That's not it. You know, I tried to make a reference. Love the aerial. Thank you. I appreciate it. Same here, but the servers make me sad as everyone is US servers and I'm in a oh, you're in a Europe server? Damn. I thought about making a second account. But then I would feel FOMO because I wouldn't have everything on it. And so I never made because I'd be like, dang, not all my stuff's on this one. Darn. Kobe, why are you me? What did I do? That is correct. In addition to realm, whatever. Fate has also bestowed upon people their talents and their hardworking nature. Even those who are not stylists can acquire certain abilities on their own. For stylists, ability outfits provide a shortcut. However, I hope you will not grow reliant on them. Hello? My dyslexia is kicking in bad. I'm on an American server, Because when I start playing, every other server said ping 999. Oh god. See, my server, I used to be sitting, because I'm in the US servers as well, I used to be sitting in like the red all the time. I finally now just started seeing green and being at 95. And I live in California. And it was trying to put me on the EU servers when I first started. And I started in California. No, I lie. I started in you know why? Because I started in Hawaii. That makes sense. Don't bring up second account. I'm scared. Wait. Paper, why are you scared if I... Why? What is me having... Wait, why? Why? Nothing? Thank you for the rose, Paper. I appreciate it. 2 roses. Thank you. Some may see ability outfits as mere tools. However, others regard them as the manual to a stylist experience, much like a map. They can help you understand the inspiration behind the designs of the outfits, as well as the experience the stylist infused in them during their creation. I see. You want me to understand the inspiration behind the ability outfit. That is correct. It may be difficult for you to fully grasp what I'm trying to convey. Therefore, I wish for you to undergo 3 trials to gain a deeper understanding. 3 insights? Yes, there are typically 3 types of ability outfits. The first always allows you to effortlessly wield a specific professional skill, as though you were a seasoned expert. I was going to say seasoned. I don't know what I was about to say, but it wasn't about to be that. Green? Oh, I've heard about that. What's it like? You know, it fluctuates. Like, I'll be in the green for like a few minutes and then it goes red. And I'll be in red for like an hour and then I go back to green. Hi, House. Welcome in. How are you? I'm scared I might have to start a second account. I still didn't put in the information for Nikki for you, Paper, because like I was working on stuff. I will get that done. I'm not going to say today, but I'll get it done by the end of the week. I promise. I can promise that. It'll be done by the end of the week. I'll talk to them and see like what's going on. That's fine, no worries. It just sucks because then you're like, because didn't you start playing when they dropped the birthday outfit for Nikki? Because it's like, I don't want you to miss out on, like, the stuff you already got. But if you're like, oh, I didn't really have any... See, yeah. See, I'll try and channel it up to my best of my abilities to see if there's anything I can do. My game has, for some reason, been saying reconnecting for the last few hours. But are you still able to play it? Or is it... not playable even with the reconnecting? I don't... This has been like... I love this game with my whole heart. But like this patch has been like the patch from hell. Like, I don't know what's going... It says reconnecting for me. When you start, try to stand in the water a little too... Oh, okay. It started... Wait. Yes, still playing. And then for Cherry, it said... it says reconnecting for me when you start standing in the water a little too far. Interesting. Okay. That's so interesting. I'm just so used to being in the red that I don't even be paying attention. I'm like, okay. Hi, Ping. Story of my life. It's fine. Okay. So, you mean like the fishing, bug catching, and the animal grooming ability outfits? That is correct. The second type enables you to channel your realm, transforming the environment around you, much like using a weapon in battle. Like the purifying ability or purification ability outfit. And the last allows you to harness your realm and alter your own state, much like the floating ability outfit. I want you to undergo a trial for each of the corresponding ability outfits. As you do so, please pay attention to how your whim flows and manifests. I understand. I'll try my best. So once I get these room outfits completed, you guys, or you know, these challenges, you guys know I'm probably going to be on here for the rest of the time creating my outfits, right? We're okay with this, right? I hope so. Wait, where am I going? Hello? Nah. Patch from Hell? You haven't played Disney Dreamlight Valley, have you? I played Disney Dreamlight Valley from early, like the moment it dropped back in December, when that December drop date, like from the very start, from the very, 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 very first start that it dropped until the Jafar patch. I played from this. I stopped at the Jafar patch because I was like, it was getting too expensive. And that's crazy for me to say when you see me playing this. But like I was getting very irritated with like the moonstone prices, right? Is that what it's called? That currency? I don't even remember. I was getting very irritated with the store. I was getting very irritated with like the how much the expansion patches were costing. I gave up on it. The Sims 4 recently patched something that had been an issue for 3 years. What was it, Pichu? Welcome in, Pichu. Yep, you us hostage. Sounds about right. Yep, that, you know? Paper, you know? I don't blame you. I have the same feeling too. Yeah, Rose, it's just like I'll get into it, like, because I'll be like, man, like when 1.3 and 1.4 was really dry for this, I would install it, I would get on it, and I would just sit here and I'm just like, this is just not doing it for me. Dreamlight has Star Wars now? Oh, really? Wait, like it just, really? Hold on. Really? That's Discord. Really? Hold on. I'm not a, I mean, that won't persuade me to come back, but like I'm curious to see how it looks. They're not gonna get me because, oh, the Alice in Wonderland's really pretty. Oh, they're not gonna get me. I couldn't justify, because like I like to buy the expansion packs, and then when I saw that expansion pack, the last one was, which one was that? Which is it? The one with Brave, the girl from Brave? I don't know. What was that expansion pack? I don't remember. Yeah, a lot of outfits and furniture for them. Ooh. Ooh. Don't sucker me in, please. My chat, my mods will be like, Lolo, you do this all the time. Stop. I bought a lightsaber for Disney or Dreamlight today. Tangle characters. Lolo, you do this all the time. Stop. But it's Star Wars. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Girl. No. But look at that. That doesn't look at that. Hold on. Look at all the stuff I'm missing out on. God, Lee, that's expensive. Oh, well, it's two DLCs, $60. Alice in Wonderland realm and items are so good. You asking the wrong person. I don't care about no Star Wars. Lola, we've been through this multiple times. And then I get mad at myself every single time I jump back in and I'm like, why do I do this to myself? You know, my wait, this will be my make or break question. Like, okay, for Disney Dreamlight Valley, have they increased our storage for like what we're allowed to put out? Or is it still stuck at that nasty number? What was that number? Because like I can't do nothing with that little number that they gave us. Did they increase that yet? And every time you say you want to go back, you end up leaving. Yes, a long time. Really? Did they? Cause like it was like one or like was it 3,000 for like what you could put out on the whole map? Because like I'll show you guys. I'll install it right now. Hold on. I'm gonna install it right now, and I'm gonna show you guys. Hold on. I'm installing it right now. I'm being persuaded. Right now. Item limit for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox has been increased to 6,000. You guys, it might be my time to go back to DDLV. You guys, mods, hear me out. It's been increased. And y'all know that was like my biggest gripe. If I remember correctly, they did. That was like my... Oh my gosh. That scares me. Hold on. My TikTok is like, hey, we need to make sure you're actually still streaming, which is so weird. Okay. It's okay, Zell. You tried. But like... But like... It's DDLV. The cycle continues. It's DDLV. Like, I can't say no. If the item limit has been increased, which is something that has been putting me off, I might go back. That is the one thing that was making me not want to play no more, to be fair. Oh. Oh? Oh, she is running. Am I in the way? Oops. Oh. Oops. Sorry, Chica. I gotta go do stuff. Not for PS4 and older Xboxes? Okay. Yeah, I have a PS5 and then like the new Xbox. But I don't use my Xbox that much anymore. I gave it to my daughters. And they play on it. They play Bluey on it. Wait, where is it? Where am I going? Banana, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Where am I going? Can I not read? Hold on. There's a lot of Nikki's over here. The secret to really... Do I talk to her? Did I miss out? Oh. You looking for me? I met a person named, I want to call him Genevieve. Is that his name? No, that's not his name. How do you... Giovanni? There you go. Why do I want to call him Genevieve? I don't know. Nice. Everybody's gaming. Are you feeling like SpongeBob right now, Paper? The way that sound. It sound like Squidward in the house and watching Patrick and SpongeBob. I felt really bad. He said time has been reversed and he experienced different things in the previous timeline. I wonder if this has anything to do with you resetting the world's time. They have seasonal moonstone packs and bonus items. See, between Nikki taking all of my money, it would be very hard for me to like and I think that has a lot to do with it too, because it's like I like to invest when I play a video game that has like money associated with it, like Nikki and Disney Dreamlight. I like to put like a lot of my money into the game, and I only do that with one game. And that game for me now is Nikki. So it's like I'm fearful if I start, sorry, I just got over a sickness and I'm still getting over the congestion. So if you hear the congestion, I apologize. But I'm fearful that if I go back into Disney and I'm playing Nikki, my pockets are gonna scream. If you like honey, it'll help with the throat. I've been having, listen, I just put the honey downstairs. I had a bear of like this size of pure honey, and like it didn't, like, my voice is, it doesn't hurt or anything, but like it doesn't, never mind. That's, never mind. We're just gonna move on. It just, my voice still feels like, my throat still feels dry when I take a spoonful of it. Like, it doesn't moist my throat. Sorry to anybody who doesn't like that word. The current Moonstone pack gives you an outfit and a great house skin. Does it really? I think the last pack I bought was the Bell House, where it was like a library. It looked like a library. I think that was the last pack. And then I think, what, didn't Tiana have a pack too for her like restaurant? I missed out on that. So I used to love me some Dreamlight too. I used to love it. It's just so expensive. Speak more of this Giovanni. He's from Wishfield and once made a wish to the wishing one supreme artifact, the vase, asking for the power to destroy his enemies. I still play it. I just don't buy Moonstone packs. Do you get the battle pass or anything, or are you kind of stepping back and doing just like the free-to-play notion of the game? That's what I need to, like. Oh, I was like, oh, the lights changed. Hi, Gerald. Welcome in. Not the bundles. Seasonal Moonstone packs with extra stuff. Oh. I'm gonna have to look into it. I'll look into it here in a bit. Giovanni said that after making the wish, time was reversed and he met me. Someone who had never existed in a previous timeline. What do it look like? You? Or what, the game? You're still playing First Berserker? I thought you were on Expedition 33 too. No? Giovanni believed this was the wishing one's way of granting his wish. But something doesn't feel right. Is the power left behind by the wishing one really that strong in reversing time? That doesn't seem to have much to do with defeating an opponent. Miss, do you know anything about this? Let me search the Sea of Stars. Giovanni. I see. This is a tragic story born from a wish as poisonous as venom. What really happened? In the previous timeline, the vase bestowed upon Giovanni his wish. He was granted power equal to that of his enemies. Yet, such power proved too great for him to control. In the end, he transformed into a monster. What? Giovanni became a monster? Why is he not dressed? I have him in a cloak. Why is he not in his appropriate cloak? I'm about to rage. The first one was a witch outfit, and the second one was a strawberry dress. I remember the strawberry dress because I came back for that, and I sat there and I stared at it, and I contemplated very hard if I wanted to get that strawberry dress. I was sitting there. I'm fiending for Expedition 33. Ah, I see. I get the Star Path Premium with the Moonstones. With the Moonstones, I get from Dream Snaps, but I don't buy them with real money. Okay, Rose, that makes sense. I'm gonna try. Okay, because like I know I'm behind on content and everything. I want to get back into the game. I really did love the game. I love the nostalgia of like being with Disney characters. I loved all of that, but like like I felt like Disney Dream, which is so weird to say. I felt like Disney Dreamlight Valley gave me more FOMO than a gacha game. I don't know why. The Storyville expansion is really good. I don't know if I wait. Isn't that a DLC? Isn't that like a $50 DLC? I don't know. I don't know about. Wait. Oh, isn't that a DLC? Wait. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. Worth it? I haven't even finished a Rift of Time DLC. Yeah, that was it was good for a DLC. Oh man, I'm gonna have to look at it. The first one was so bad. I didn't like it, and that's what turned me off. That is the reason why I stopped playing it, because I tried to get through the first one, and it was so, it felt like pulling teeth. I didn't like it, and I was like, I'm good. I don't want to play this no more, and I left. There were so many things that I was like, I can't do this. I can't. There are goldfish swimming in the trail of bubbles in her shawl. Yeah. She has yeah. It's really pretty. I love this outfit so much. He became a monster. He succeeded in exacting his revenge, but soon before an even greater nightmare for Wishfield. Until at last he was vanquished by you, the one who wandered through. I can't believe that's what I was gonna call him Genevieve again. Giovanni would wish for. This is how gods responded to wish. Wait, this is how gods respond to wishes. Do you feel it's unavoidable? The granting of a wish is not always a blessing. It can also it can just as easily be a curse, even for the wishing one himself. I see. So why did things turn out differently this time? A seed planted anew will not always bloom into the same flower. Love you. What's up, baby? You want some?
Yeah,
Here you go.
thank you.
You're welcome. I reset the world's time, and while most people would forget the past, that wasn't the case for everyone. Hades, Maleficent, the girl, oh, that chick from Brave, Flynn, are all in the story Brookvale, and at some point Aurora. Okay. Genevieve French is fairly similar to Giovanni Italian. Maybe you're quick reading and seeing the similarities. I don't know. I always want to call him Genevieve though. Okay, you're welcome. But you're supposed to be in the bed. Why do you keep getting up? Hey, it's not watch dirty. You gonna go night nights? Okay, go back to bed. Giovanni would have who had such divine power and was defeated by you, retained some of his memories before he became a corrupted monster. So he wrongly believed that the turning back of time was the wishing ones granting him his wish? Lily, you better. Bed. Wait, did Giovanni not meet Nikki last time? In the Sea of Stars, even the smallest shift can change everything. In the previous timeline, you needed time to adapt to the new world. But before your journey began, he had already left Florwish. This time, with a sense of familiarity. Ooh, that's so hard. Now you made me think of Genevieve. Chronologically call Genevieve now. I don't care what anyone else says. Oh no. I'm like canonically. Oh no, sorry. Like my dyslexia is kicking in hard. It's been kicking in hard as I get it's the old age. It's the old age. Back in my day, you know. As you know, it's just getting worse. That's what it is. That's all. It lingers in your heart and your actions have changed. Like a little ripple, they have the power to alter the entire surface of the water. Blame the game. Back in my day. Such a deep cut, but you're right. OMG. But I'm just, you know. And these slight differences completely change the outcome. Why couldn't this be voice acted? Holy moly. Whether by chance or by fate, such a change has given the miracle outfits you acquired a different essence. I sense the light of the aurora now shines with a new brilliance, though I cannot say whether it's the light or it will light the path ahead. The unpredictable flows of fate has, in the end, has given us a chance. Yeah, actually, you're right about it. Gets worse with age, unfortunately. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. Yeah, actually, you're right about it gets worse with age, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, because, like, I remember, like, I wasn't, like, I had bits, like, I noticed it in high school. But, like, it wasn't, like, I only noticed, okay, so the only way I noticed that I was severely, not severely dyslexic, but I had dyslexia was because, like, when it was time to read in class, like, yeah, I know everyone hated to read out loud in class, but, like, the heightened, like, emotion of embarrassment, me, like, speed reading and stumbling upon the whole thing just to get it over and done with, like, I was a AB 3.5 student GPA, and like the idea of you making me have to read to a class of 30 and I don't want to, and then it was popcorn. Then you have the option of it being popcorn. So you don't even know when your time is coming. Because, like, if it was not popcorn and it was, like, you know, it had a pattern, I would like, look at the pattern, and then I would find my spot in, like, the book, and I would read that spot over and over again to mentally prep myself to be able to read it out loud. But the idea of popcorn and oh my God. Popcorn scared me. It was torture. Same. I hate reading out loud. I always messed up my letters. Yeah. And people would just look at you like, girl, you can't read. It's like, I can read. I read just fine on my own. I can read any. I would always volunteer to go first, so I didn't have to go like, just get it out the way. And people forget about it. But when he was like, my teachers would be like, we're just gonna do popcorn today. And I'm just, hold on. I can't stand this. This TikTok stuff is, ugh. They asked me to read out loud and I suddenly forgot how to speak and read. Right? That's me. And then like, God forbid they make you stand. God forbid they tell you to stand up while you're reading. Exactly. That's the trick. Go first as often as you can. OMG mental, I shit myself. Like my name isn't even Jerry. I learned how to read. I promise. Sorry for my non I just like trauma. What, baby? Aren't you supposed to be? Why are you why are you in here? You're supposed to be in bed. I see, it's Moana. Yeah. What? You want to watch Moana? You can watch it. She came in to show me Moana and then she left. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, are you okay? Let me see. Let me see. Are you okay? Are you okay? Hmm? Let me see. Better? You're welcome. She ran into the door with her toes. Her toes like the little frame. Bro, we're playing Nikki. You gotta relax. Oh, it's okay. It's not like what you did, Zell. Though I cannot. Moana, like Disney Dreamlight Valley. Moana, no, wait. Maui, he made me so mad every time I played the game. Maui, I can't stand that man in Disney Dreamlight Valley. He is the bane of my existence. What did he do? What he did? I can't say. Not right now. I can't say. But I had to get on him. Like, I was like, it takes a lot for me to get mad at Zell, but like, I was kind of like, he was like, it was like me being happy. It was like a mixture of disappointment and anger. I came in here firing off. Understood? I gotta remember to chill out when she's playing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah. I looked at the camera when he was talking and I was just like, all right, y'all, we're like, I completely just ended the game. I got off the game. I changed games. I was like, we're gonna change games now. I can't do this. And he's like, oh. Yeah, I was just, yeah, when he says he came in here firing off, he's not lying. It feels like what we've done has already changed the future. Well, we can't stop now. Indeed, I shall do all within my power to support you, my pink star. Okay, my love, like... Oh, it's in mirror. Oh, I can read, I promise. I can read. That's not where... Oh, please don't take me there. Wait, where is it? Okay, I'll take this. It'll take me, I hope, to where I need to go. Why are you on my phone? Where's your tablet? You were just on it. I seen it. I need to... I only a lot of people. This is the only one that I put up. I'm too shy. I'll put up more when I actually start dying. When I get into my pink bag, because everything's about to be pink, I'll put them up. Oh yeah, I need to do my shiny bubbles real quick. Let me do that. Can I add you in game? Sure, you're more than welcome to. Mods, can you share my code again, please? Zell, do you know how to share my code? Oh. Well. Huh? What do you think I am? I didn't think you would know. You know, I only do one command per month quota. Gotcha. You know, I didn't think he would have it. Lolo really thought, you know, I didn't think he would have it. Lily, no ma'am. No. Pick them up. You're a big girl. We don't eat like that. You're a big girl. I gotta know what commands I'm gonna use. You got me. You know? You got me. It's been over a month since his last command, though. Has it? I don't know when this man gets on here or not. I need to update my picture, too. Wait, so how... Love you. Oh, yeah. My depression of not being able to get that outfit tonight. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm hurt. I'm fine. It's okay. I'm fine. I need 2. How much do I need to just go full out? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. 13. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Are you fine, Lolo? Not really. These glow up evolutions will be the death of me. Same. Because, like, I've been just... You know, they're so expensive with the bubbles. Hey, just been here lurking. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you? Hi, Breezy, as well. Welcome in, Miss Breezy. Okay, so here's the thing. Shack, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Shake Shack is my favorite restaurant, so if I ever call you Shack or if I call you Shake, just remember it's out of love, okay? Because I'm gonna think of Shake Shack and I might call you one of the two. So if you're like in chat and I'm like, oh hey Shake, and you're like, ma'am, it's definitely Shack. Like, oh, sorry, I'm thinking about burgers. My bad. $1,800. Wow. I'm fucking done. I am the real Shaquille O'Neal confirmed. Being named after her favorite restaurant is an honor. Everyone calls me all kinds of stuff. One shoe says Shake, and he doesn't even have Shake Shack. Yeah, so it's gonna be bad because like I'll sit here on stream and I'll be like, oh, I should get some Shack Shake, and they're like, everyone, like, people know now. Like, if they've been here for a bit, they're like, oh, it's just her dyslexia talking. It's fine. She means Shake Shack. We know what she means. But like, I'll sit here and they'll be like, is that how you spell Shake Shack? Like, huh? So like, it might happen. What's up? I am not giving you soda. You can have some juice. That's not nice. That's not nice. You're not getting soda. Your little 3-year-old body does not need no soda. How do we pin this comment for future use? I'm thinking about burgers, my bad, flips hair. Sorry. I was thinking about burgers. I just had their PB shake. Their food is good. I haven't had the shake. Since a friend request? Okay. Nice. Let me add you. Thank you. I'll do my best. Girl, here. You can have this cup. My fucking chest. You know? What can I say? Oh, wait, what? No? Oh. Add friends? Wait, is my thingy thing just... Is she acting up? Hello? There's nothing there. I don't know what's happening. I would put that on a shirt, but... You know? I would too. W pin? Oh, thank... Oh! Zell, thank you for the pin! Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at Zell doing work. We need to clap it up for him. Can we get some claps in chat for, you know, for Zell doing work? Look at him. Don't play with him, chat. You know? I didn't expect that. Not a pin from him, at least. I'm finna disappear like the tuxedo mask. You'll be fine. Let me get this Bibcoon real quick. It's right there. It's them hours? Oh, is it about that time for you? It is. You have work in the morning. Is there any... you know, I can do all of this from over here. This is like the one-stop shop for everything. Let me see. Because, like, this is driving me crazy. Is there anything here? There's nothing here. This game. This game. This update. Oh, speaking... I tried to do the cute little, like, you know, the whole, like, moment that this dress gives you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm about to get off. Oh, wait. Hold on. I've got to run away for a moment before I die. I'm about to get off, but would you by chance be able to add me and tell me if my lookbook is working by chance? Odd question from a new viewer, but I think I'm bugging. Do I have you? What is your... Yeah, my code is up there. I don't... Yeah, if you want... I can... Yeah, add me and I can check for you. I don't mind. Hold on, is this thing working this time? Because this thing... They did me dirty the last time I did this and like, it didn't work. Okay, it's working. Like I had turned it on like yesterday and it didn't come on. Love your outfit in the lookbook. Or in the color lookbook. Thank you. That one's one of the more basic ones, if I'm being honest. I need to step my game up. Wait, how do I get out of this again? Can I get... Oh, so I'm just stuck. Okay, I gotta find... Girl, can we get out? Help. Okay, there you go. Night, Zell! What's up? Nothing. What are you doing? Why are you out of the bed now? What? What's wrong with your nose? Are you getting sick? You want me to give you some nasal spray? Girl, you going... I'm about to give my 4-year-old nasal spray. She's about to be shooketh. Here we go. Ready? Oops. Ready? Oh. Better? Okay. Never mind. No, she needs soda. No, this one's Jordan. This one's my 4-year-old. Okay, let me see. Wait, do we have little... Ooh! Give them both candy, cake, and soda. You can end the attack by holding the attack button. My name is Cherry on it. Okay. There we go. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Color book. There we go. Oh, this is cute. I'm trying not to cough in the mic. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I was talking to TikTok because they can still hear me, and I was apologizing to them that they have to hear me cough up a lung while Twitch does not. Sorry about that message, my 4-year-old self. Had to hold back. They got a hold of the keyboard. Oh, stream might combust if that happens. I agree with Shaq. I currently am eating cookies and Skittles. I'd share, but opposite coast fair. This is cute. I can't wait. I have the lady or the daughter of the lake outfit. I'm about to pink the mess out of that. That daughter of the lake. Or should I like make it black? I didn't get the second tier. Wasn't the second tier black? Or was it purple? I don't remember. I hope my 3 outfits look good. They're cute. I like them. Hold on. Where am I trying to go? Is it evolution? Maybe 4-star. Daughter of the lake. What was the second color variation, because I thought it was like a purple or a black, but I could be wrong. Daughter of the Lake, Daughter of the Lake, where are you? There you are. Oh, it was black. Like a purple black?
Yes, that.
There's black dye also. I found it all the way at the bottom. I missed it. I should have pulled for, like, I should have pulled for this one. I should have pulled for the second variation of this one. I regret not pulling this one. I regret not pulling that one. I regret not buying that one. Ew.
Save. I bet you. I bet you.
Okay.
Wow. Mammon. I like you, Mammon.
We're going to bed. Bed. Now y'all, no. It's bedtime. No, ma'am. No, it's bedtime. Come on. Okay, sorry, y'all. It's also strange because the outfit is dark. Is dark colored originally. All the color options will be the dark side, vice versa for the light color OG outfits. That's true. That's true. I saw the glow up version for the Silver Gale the other day and now I need it. Yeah, that one's really pretty. I really liked the Silver Gale's glow up. There was another one. Hold on, let me see. Where are you? I really liked this glow up for sure. There is something like right here and I can't get to it. That one was pretty. Which is the other one that I liked? I think it was... There was a few that I really did enjoy. I did like the Waltz one. I love that one. That one I love. Where's another one? There was... The one I didn't like for sure, like, I'm not motivated for this glow up at all, was this one. I do not like that one. I don't know why. I feel like there's way too, like... I don't like that one. That's the one no. What is the glow up for this? Let me see. I probably won't be able to see it, huh? Oh, it's a blue? Oh, that's pretty. Let me see. This one's a pink. I have all those. This one's white. What was this one? This one's yellow. I do not like the yellow ones. What was this one? Oh, the blue? Yeah, that one's really pretty. I really like the glow up for the Stardust Flare. Yeah, that one was really pretty. I hate... It's pretty, yeah. I might make me a pink version. Was there a pink version? There was this color. I think it was red, yellow. Wait, what was the... What were the three colors? I don't remember. I've had that for so long. I haven't looked at it in a minute. What were the colors? Ah, blue. Okay. Yeah, I might make that pink. Pink and white and purple. I might make that. I might dye that pink, white, and purple. I have to go back to the Sea of Stars now? Okay. Oh. I didn't touch that one? Really? Are you sure? Oh, that's right. I have Momo in a bath towel. I wonder if it's not showing it because he's in a bath towel. I sense a change in the Heart of Infinity. Nikki, please come talk to me. Does that have something to do with it? Look at him. He's so cute. Little thickums. He's so precious. Wait, which way am I? Is this the correct way? No, it's not. Oh no. You want me to walk? No, thank you. Wait, there's stuff. I gotta collect this. Not my... Some stuff. My conch! Woo! Wait, do I, like, accept it? Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. You can only get 3 of these a day, right? Yeah, you can only get 3. Um... Oh, that's so pretty! That's a pretty picture. I wish you could click it to enlarge the picture. That's gorgeous. What's going on here? What? I don't know why my K is still like displaying. Let me see. Okay. Mm. I was gonna look at something. Ah. How are we looking here? How many do I need for this one? 20. Okay. The shoes. Is this all just the... Okay, the makeup. I will... Is this all just the dress? Like... Hmm. Okay. Lurk, showering. Okay, enjoy your shower. My tragic bike riding. Here we go. Ooh, that is a rock. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't know this. You know what? I meant to come down here. You know why? Because I saw that. I saw all of those things on those rocks. That's why I came down here. That was supposed to happen. Oh, I'm supposed to go up there? Ma'am. Is there any more of those things here? Oh, wait. Is my bike still down there? No, it is not. Okay, I think I caught everything down here. Okay. Oh, I did not. So this map is going to require a lot of exploration just to collect all of those little things. I guess. Oh no, please! Oh gosh. I'm sure you can already feel the, or how the ability outfits channel your whim, transforming your very being. Now, share with me how you felt undergoing these 3 trials, my pink star. It was quite amazing. As I felt the flow of my realm, it was as if the ability outfits were slowly speaking to me. Or slowly speaking to me. Softly speaking to me. The experiences and inspiration embedded within each one gradually emerged with my own realm. Realm. You are quite, hello? You are quite perceptive. Now close your eyes and recall the feeling once more. And recreate it with your own whim. With my own whim? I updated the glow up version of the Stardust Flare to the lookbook if you haven't already seen it. No, I have it. I have all of like pretty much all of the current like the previous 5 stars like glowed up. I have like the only one I'm missing. Hello, Lola, welcome in. The only one that I'm working on Aurora I need to do. I have to do Silvergale, the new mermaid outfit. I think there's one more 5-star that I need to glow up. But so far, I think I've glowed up almost all my 5-stars. Damn, now I'm jealous. I think I've glowed up like almost all the 5-stars except for the 2 in-game ones. If they weren't in the, like, I've glowed up like all the banner ones. I think I did it. Indeed, you truly are I was gonna say a difficult. Indeed, you are truly a delightful student. From this moment onward, whenever you acquire a new ability outfit, you will instantly learn its ability and be able to wield it without being or needing to don the outfit. Thank you. It was nothing. Even without my guidance, the bindless strength of your womb would have eventually led you to unlock the secret of the ability outfits. May this small yet profound technique illuminate the path ahead, unlocking countless abilities or possibilities for the journey to come, Nikki. How did you get all those materials? The bubbles take so long to collect. I'm on here every day. That's one. There was a time frame where I wasn't pushing a lot of stories, so I didn't have the ones that have the balls. Where is that one at? The one on the left? All the way in the left. I didn't have that one unlocked for the longest. So I was putting a lot of my stuff into the shiny bubbles. So by the time I completed main story, I think I had 4 of the 5-star banners already glowed up. And then I used a lot of, I used my, oh, hold on, see. I used my battle pass. I get those energies from the battle pass and I put them towards either shiny bubbles or my, those little balls that you need for outfits. Ability setup. Click here to select an ability. Click here to select the customized outfit for this ability. I bow down into dust. I'm not worthy. It's just, I grind a lot. This is like when I say I truly love this game, like I really love this game. Click here for detailed rules. By selecting this option, the current outfit will be prioritized when using the ability. If the current ability has any unavailable parts, will automatically switch to the outfit chosen for the ability. Some parts may not be applicable with the current ability and will not be available. This is going to apply to all ability effects. Okay. So, alright. So, Realm of Escalation. Is that the one? I thought that was... Is Realm of Escalation, isn't that the one for the bubbles, the thread, and the bling? I'm talking about the one with the balls. In the top, all the way over on the left. It's something is really in my throat. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened. I'm dying. Maybe breakout. Oh, Realm of Breakout or Breakthrough. I don't remember. I don't know. One of them. I just call it. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so we can customize my abilities now. I don't know if this means story has stopped for the rest of the time. Because we're about to make all of my ability outfits pink. They're all about to be pink. Because y'all know that's my color. Pink everything. So I guess this is where we play dress up for the rest of the stream. All right, let me see. Hi, Daddy. Welcome in. How is Nikki going tonight? It's going pretty well. How are you doing? Lock in gang? Yeah, this is where this is our time. I really like this. I love this one so much. But how about hold on. So like if I want this, right? Custom wait. So like I want okay, hold on. Wait. Ah. Okay. So I actually like the glowed up version for this. We're just gonna fix some things, okay? We're just gonna first off make her, you know, my skin tone. Uh we're just gonna we're gonna I don't know though, cause like I really love like hold on, I'm conflicted. Because like as much as I love this one, right? I really I really I feel like I really you know what we should do? We should dye this one pink and white and make this one my official floating outfit. Maybe. Balls. Everybody, almost everyone I play with talks about balls. Oh my god. Maybe we should make this one pink. Let's start our dyeing journey, I guess. Wait, can I unlock the pink? Because I don't think I fully unlocked. I only got to like stage 2 or evolution 2. I don't know if I can get pink. I'm gonna be devastated. Hold on. Can I? Oh no. Wait, let's see. My night is well, thank you. Just finished also doing some Nikki and going to play a little split fiction with a partner. The addiction is real though. I have split fiction. I'm supposed to play it with one of my mods for stream. I'm really I'm very curious. I just got done playing It Takes Two with another one of my mods, and that was a really good story. So I'm looking forward to split fiction.
I do now. I don't want to.
Huh?
I don't want to lose it.
You want water for your nose? I won't do it. You don't like it?
I want water.
You want water? This is... What do you mean you want water for your nose? You want this?
No.
What do you want? Okay. I don't know what you're trying to say, baby. Huh? You're scared? No, you're not. What are you scared of? You're scared of the bed? Because it's night time? But it's time for you to go to bed. Yeah. You gotta go night-night. Yeah. Girl, how are we gonna reset your sleep schedule if you don't go to bed? The fake crying? You can't be fake crying. You gotta go night-night, sweetheart. Why did you take your hair tie out? Where is it? Go get it. Okay. We should... Okay, hold on. So, if I'm doing... Alright. Let's figure this out. We're gonna... Afraid of the monster that's under my bed? That's pretty much what she's telling me. So I had to scroll all the way down because it's all the way down here. Where is it? So we're gonna do this outfit, right? Now, the question is, for said pink outfit that we're about to dye, do I also want to dye the hair? Do we want to dye... Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Dye. I gotta see if I can even get that color. Reach the second evolution, which is technically third evolution, right? Evo 3. Oh. Yeah, I didn't get to the third one. Oh, I'm depressed. Oh, look. Look at this. Oh. This rain got me feeling different. In a good way or in a bad way? I can't make her hair pink. Maybe I don't want it pink. Maybe... Okay, maybe, you know... Wait, because if I can't do the whole... Maybe I can't use this outfit yet. I'm gonna have to wait. Because, like... Oh, we're all just standing here. I won't be able to do that because of, Damn, that's gonna drive me insane. Nothing being there is gonna really grind my gears. No, that's not what I'm asking for. Where it looks like this. Because if I don't I won't be able to do that one. Okay, so I'm gonna have to hold off until I actually get... I have to hold off until next or 1.6 upload or update when they do the drop for the fairy banner. I'm gonna sit. I'm just gonna have her stand here. Wait, what's over there? Wait, does she stay over here? Now I gotta see. Hold on. I didn't know she stays over here. Oh, please don't die. Hold on. She just hangs out on this rock? Hey, queen. She just stands here? Okay. We stand with her. Okay. Now we just work on outfits. Kind of in between? Yeah, this. Good job.
Yes. I want to know.
Huh?
I want to know. I don't know why I can't make
Okay, I'm not gonna do it. You always curious about the stuff I use, so I let you use it. Love you. Okay, so since I can't do that, right? I have the shrinking Momo outfit, which I feel like I need to keep because like I'm always going to Wishing Woods, and I feel like I'm always using that. What is this one? The walking outfit? The walking on water outfit? See, like, as much as I like this ability, I don't know if I'm actually going to truly, like, I'm trying to be, like... Wait, what is this one? Oh, the jumping one. Yeah, I don't fuck with that. We'll see. I do want this one. I do want this one. I do want this one. We don't use this one. So, I'm gonna get rid of it. Can I get rid of it? Yeah, like that. We're gonna fix this. This is gonna get fixed. Let me see. I don't want this. I don't want this. I wish I could put more. You know what they should do? Is like, they should allow us to have more than one whimsicality. Because, like, there's a lot of these that I really do enjoy. Wait, maybe I'm lying to you. I think I might be lying to you. I'm lying to you. There's not more than one that I enjoy. This one's super cute, but I might make this the sleepwalker. I might make this outfit my actual, like, Momo outfit. So I might move that one. We're gonna move that here. Right? We're gonna move, because my OCD is kicking in. We're gonna move that here. We're gonna move this. I don't want the fireworks. The animal grooming we're gonna do. We're gonna fix up. I thought the animal grooming one, like the ones that had the scissors, I thought they said that we wouldn't be able to like break that one apart. I probably read that wrong then. I forget what was here already. Oh, the ice. And then this one we're gonna move here. And then Momo. Okay, so this is my new circle, I guess. What's my purification outfit? Oh, this one. I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna tackle this. Should we keep this outfit? Yes or no? Should we change it up? I don't know. I kind of like this one the way it is. It's pink. Hmm. Hmm. Do I want the curly? I kind of like everything about this one. I feel like this one's pretty the way it is because I like pink, and it's like it does the pink for me. See, now I'm starting to overthink things. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so we're gonna change this outfit first. Right? I can change this one. Custom.
What?
Okay, so here we go. We're gonna customize this one. You got this? Okay. Hold on. Bed. No, we're not doing that. No, it's time for bed. You're not gonna sit here and be yelling. It's bedtime. Go to sleep. You're not yelling at 10 o'clock at night, almost 11. We're not doing that. Just dropping by. Have a lovely rest of the stream. Thank you. You as well. Or not stream, but like have a good night. You know? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I already broke. Too late. Can't redeem myself. Too late. Let me see. I gotta change her skin tone. I can't stand that they make it where it's like the skin tone goes away. All right, what are we gonna do? I want something pink. We're going pink. Should we just strip her? Okay. All right, we're going pink. We're doing cuts. We're cutting stuff. Okay. Huh. What do I want to do? Damn? What? Me just taking all of, just, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Try pink. I wish, I wish I can filter. Wait. Oh, that's Eureka. I wish I could filter things by color. If I'm like, I just want pink stuff to show up. All clothes that are pink should show up. Because, like, now I gotta go through all of this. Let me see. No. I gotta wait. I don't... Like a cutting outfit. Like, should I have just... I have both evolutions. Can I just pink that? Can I pinkify it? I'm like all... I'm very just like... There's too many options. I'm breaking. Like, I wonder if I can dye that. It's dyeable. Pink lavender. There's like some blues. This seems like it's gonna take a lot of coloring. Okay, hold on. Let's see what we can do. I feel like this is about to take me a while. Okay, here we go. So, okay. All right. I'm like really nervous. I don't know if y'all can tell. I'm like uber nervous about me like making this look really bad. Wait, how many colors are we? Oh, wait, wait. Oh, wait. Now, if I'm going pink, I'm trying to figure out the hair color. Should we go black for the hair or should we go... Can I go blonde? Does it give me the option to go blonde? This is where it gets tricky. I don't know. Like, I don't want... Maybe I should do the outfit first and then come back to the hair after I have everything. Let me see. The dress. Let's see. The dress, where are you? Here? We're gonna dye it. Okay, so what's area 1? Area 1 is the little hearts and the buttons. Area 2 is gonna be the sleeves. Oh gosh. It's gonna be so expensive doing this. Okay, so buttons. So we're going pastel. Like, yes, this is pastel, but we're going more pink. I want pink, white, lavenders. If I have to add another color, like a celestial green. Those are normally my 4 colors. My 4 color palettes on my Final Fantasy 14 character, that is. Those are like the go-to 4 colors. So we're going to incorporate that in my Nikki because like that's just my favorite color scheme. But I'm kind of nervous because this is a lot to deal with. Where there's 14 pieces. Oh, this is so much. $14 pieces. Ew. No. So like that, right? Let me see. What is this piece? What is that piece? That's pink. Those are green. So should I make that to like a celestial kind of green? Okay. What is this one? Wait, it changes both of these colors? But like that one's green and that one's... Oh, it's the stripes? Wait. What is it changing? Oh. So it's changing this piece. Hold on. See, my voice is breaking so bad. All right, so what is this? So it's like the stripes and that the patch to the left that gets changed, right? What happens if I change this to white? We're just gonna start slapping colors on here first, and then we'll like just be like, oh, maybe not that one should go there. How about that? Will that work? Will you guys want to help me decide? Hold on. Okay, wait. Wait, is there not a white? Like a true white? Is this as white as we can? Okay. What are we changing here? The buttons? Should I make that like a light blue? Like I want... She looks a hot mess. Yes. How about, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Everything's gonna be pink. But that's not... We're just gonna see how everything looks all pink, and then we'll just, you know, fix it from there. Strawberry shortcake. Hit select all. Oh yeah, that is a button, huh? Okay. 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 Fuck, that's pink. Too pink for my liking. So, okay, now we go backwards. I uploaded a custom outfit to the lookbook. Can I trouble you for an opinion? Good lord, Jiro. Trust the process, just like a girl when she's doing the makeup. That's the peachy ones. Yeah, there's an... Oh yeah, wait. That's... Wait, oops. Select all pink. Wait. Wait, hello? Select. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Cherry. Vendor, I'll look here in a bit, okay? Let me process what the hell I'm about to do. I'm about to make this outfit, like... I'm scared. I'm scared for Nikki. Like... That's where I'm at. I'm nervous for her. Let me see. What is this one? It's cute. It's very pink. Wait, oops. So, those are the buttons. I want the buttons. I feel like that's the best option. It's just all of those. Lolo has too many tabs open and she can't find where the music is coming from. Right. That's pretty much what I'm feeling. Paper, thank you for the 10 roses. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, that's how I feel. Should I just leave it all like this? Wait, I want that white. Is there a white? Is this white? Oh, that turns it blue. That's the bad thing. It's like the outfit itself, the color from the previous, like the original outfit, like manipulates the color. Hold on. Should we go like a, oh wait, minty, like a little mint mint? Oh. W roses? Okay, so what is this? This should be, I kind of want that. Can I make it white? Wait, what is it? Ah. Ah, no. Maybe that might be a contender. Maybe. I don't know. Ew, no. I don't know. Thank you for the follow. Wait. Driving by and giving you a follow here too. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is overwhelming. Am I the only one that felt that way? Maybe I'm just... Am I being dramatic? Probably. I feel like... Wait, what was my best option? There was one that I was like, okay, I could do this one. Okay, maybe this? Now the minty... Like, the mint... I don't like these now. I don't like them. Me no like you. I'm internally screaming. Wait, is that... Wait, huh? No, that wasn't it. Like, should I just leave it alone? Probably. Okay. I like that. How did that look? Should I make that? Should I make it pop out? Should I go like one color up? Does it look decent with the like... Should I stay the color? Should I say... Should I do one? This will be one. Hold on. Should I do one? Or should I do two? 1, 2. I should probably do the first one, huh? If I'm trying to stay... pastel, huh? That would make sense. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's so bright. I feel like I should just stay pink. The more I keep going, I'm just like, I should just stay pink. You know what? Select all pink. We're just gonna, oh, wrong pink. Okay. I feel like that's my best option. We're just gonna dye it pink. The whole thing. Whole kit and caboodle. The whole thing. Hold up. Holds up the exact same picture. Do you see a difference in these pictures? You didn't see the difference? You can try the one next to it. That one's pretty too. But I'm very pastel. I love pastel colors. Like, I am a sucker for anything pastel. Wait, can I do... Okay. But if I buy... Regardless, I can buy this, right? And I have options to both. I am a pastel girly. Oh my. I was just curious. Okay, so if I do this, right? I need her skin tone because like I can't think. I can't think in these conditions. Hold on. I feel like I'm doing this all the long way. If I am, please let me know. Because I'm uber confused. I'm still like learning all of this. So I want that. Hair. I don't know if I want. Skin tone. We want this. Lip. We want that. Eye color. We want this. Lashes. Where's my go-to? This is my go-to lash. My go-to mascara is this one. I love this one so much. Brow. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see it, but like the eye patch is kind of covering up. Okay. Do I want to keep the hat and the eye patch? Not really. Is that bad of me? I don't know. So, the gloves are gonna have to die. Unless I don't want the gloves. Do I want different gloves? I feel like I should keep... Wait, does the custom styling allow you to edit the ability outfits? Yes. I think so. It's letting me. I hope. We're about to find out. And then if it was for nothing, I would be sad. How did you do it? Is it or is it in the timeline? So let me save. So once I got to ability, I went to the little ability, like whichever one you want. And then I clicked the little button next to it. And then I clicked custom styling. And then I clicked the outfit. And then it let me edit. Maybe it is part of the... Did you finish? Did you finish all of the storyline for it? Because it was part of the storyline. That little part I just did with what's her name? Seas? Oh, not yet. No, not yet. Okay. No problem. So, so, so. As much as I love the pigtails, I wonder if I can actually change the color of this hairstyle. Let me see. I'm curious. Can I dye that? Let me see. I can dye this? Hold on. Dye. Wait. Oh no, not that. Oh my. I want to do a Sailor Moon, like her school outfit, but I've seen a lot of people already making it, so I don't feel like... I don't know. I just want to be in my pastel girl era. You know what I mean? Do we like this? Is this cute? Welcome back, High Top. I mean, it is pastel. I wish they would let you change the highlights, but I guess that's like the eye-popping part of the hair. But like if the highlights, if they gave, like you gave me 13, 18, 20 on the dress, I feel like they could give me at least what, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. They could have given me 4 taps for the hair. Save. So if I go back, oops. Okay, let me check. Friends. Is this your newest one? Oh, that one's really pretty. I do not go to that scam bot thing. That one's really pretty. Oh, Panic's, this one's really pretty from Panic. I like. That's really pretty. I want to do like a black swan with my dress. I want to go like do this, but black swan. I want a black swan. Isn't it kind of like a black swan already though? Like as it is? I don't know. We'll see. How does a... Hold on. Now I'm curious. Let me see. I don't know why. Image. Psh, psh, psh. Wop, wop. I do want to do like a Black Swan dress. I loved Black Swan. Have y'all watched the Black Swan movie? Do I have any people in chat who hasn't watched it? I highly recommend it. It's really trippy. Like, I want to do like, you know, the Black Swan. I want to do the... Oh, okay. All right. I want to do that. I want to do this. I love Black, like, I loved Black Swan. It was so good. Nope. Good movie? Man, High Top, you're missing out. Where am I supposed to be? Where am I trying to go? Wardrobe. Abilities. Go here. Custom. Oh, she looks so cute. Is it on streaming platforms? I'm not sure. I don't remember if it is. Oh, I need to change her feet. Like, I need to change a lot. Hold on. I need to change a lot more. Let me go in the dye shop. Right. So we've done the hair. It's on Hulu right now. Thank you for a lovely stream. Have a good night. Time for bed. All right, Cherry, have a good night. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Good luck with your pastel princesses. I'm gonna try. By the end of the stream, they should be all complete. Maybe. Probably not. I'm probably lying. I can't type. No, you're okay. I have a lot of people. I can't read and my community can't type. It's fine. We work very well together. Tell them it's on Hulu. Yeah, someone just mentioned that it was on Hulu. Banana did. That went down the wrong. Hold on. I died. I was dying. It went down the wrong. I don't know what happened. It was like air and drink collide, and then it was like just stuck. Like time froze. Saw my life flash before my eyes, but you know, I'm okay. Hey, why are we catching strays? You know, I don't know. You know, I almost died though. Look, I almost said something crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. No hair. We did the dress. Wait, my color didn't save for my hair? Oh, because I used this one. That's right. Okay. The dress is fine, so we don't need the dress. The socks. We need to dye the socks. The socks needs to be dyed. But the question is... Oh, it's 2 parts. Okay, so... I'm gonna leave that alone. But... No. Oh, wait. Do I want... Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That doesn't look very, like... Oh, because it's... Oh. Okay, hold on. Go back. So maybe I... What color are the other ones? Oh, they're... Okay, so maybe I don't... I'm being very picky. We're gonna get this right. At least this one, okay? So, maybe not those tie-ups. Do I have, like... I could have sworn I had different versions of like tie-up ones. That's very loud. We have these, which is like the original, but like doesn't the birthday outfit come with them too? That's what I'm trying to find. I thought it came with like, let me see. I'm gonna press undo once I find it. It came with that version. Where are those? Which one? What number is that? It's here? Okay, undo. Oh my gosh. Those could work. I can see those working. Those will work. I like those. Cause it's like I didn't want anything like I don't want anything way too busy, but I want it to be like noticeable, if that makes sense. Like that's too busy. And then I don't want nothing with bare skin, because that looks kind of weird. The cotton candy kind of colors? Yeah. In cotton candy kind of colors, yeah. I am dying. What is wrong? I thought I was over it. My sickness, but I guess it's in and out. Let me see. I feel like those could work. Shoes. Shoes. Should we dye the shoes? Should we dye? Hold on. Hello? Wait, what happened? What in the world? Okay. Okay, that's too much. No. No. Where's the... Were the Kuromi looking ones? Like... Wait, what about these? No. 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 Maybe like white. I should probably put like white down there. No, because the stockings are white. Should I do like a lavender shoe? Not like that. Like that. Does out. And then like the hat. I have to fix the hat. Those are cute. I don't know. Do we... The hat. The hat. The hat. The hat. The bow is perfect. Yeah, I really like the bow. Wait, why is it like disappearing on its own? This game is trying to play me. Now, the hat. Shall we keep the hat? Oh, no, because I have to use that. Wait. Oh, not her weave. Her weave. Oh no, she's bald. Wait, which one? Wait, hold on. Oh, this is kind of cute. Oh no, she's bald again. Hello. Why is it reverting like that? Let me hit save before it makes me upset. The earrings. The first bell so far. The first one. The one that I have on right now. That's weird. Yeah, I'm not pressing the undo button. You guys see that I'm like all the way over here when it's doing it. That's so odd. Yay, updates. Should... Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Should we... Oh, this piece. I have to dye this, huh? I'm gonna have to dye that. Because I still want that on her neck. Unless there's a cuter version. Let me see. I don't think there's anything cuter than that. Unless... Is that too much? Should I go back to the original? And like dye this? I probably just... maybe I should just keep the original. Oh, this one's cute too. Where is this one from? Is this the... Oh, okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Which color should I go with, you guys? Should I keep the original? Right? So we have the original. So call this one OG. So I know, and I'll help. Ew, the one really. That one really works really well, especially to save resources for whole outfits. Oh, like use this or wait. Dream or Dawn? Not the OG. Okay. Here's Dawn. And then we have... Wait, is this one Dawn? Or this one's Dream. And then we have Dawn. Should I go Dawn or Dream? I don't know which one. Dawn? Okay. Yeah, that one's really cute. And it gets her a little necklace. I like... What gloves am I wearing? Because I had... Yeah, I don't know. Those are too much. I don't even know what gloves these are. They're cute. I like them. They're gonna stay, but like... Are these... Whose gloves are these? Which... Huh? Which gloves are these? Who are these for? They're a 4-star. Oh, is it that dress with like the feathers that come out like from the Eerie season? Is that dress? I think so. I don't know. Wait, it reverted. Hello? Okay, this is... Oh, okay. The tool. I'm back from my commercial break. Welcome back. Okay, so let's see if it... Save? Let's see. So now if I... F1. Wait, oops. Wrong one. 1. Okay. Wait, I need an animal. Let me find an animal. Let's see. I can't put away my umbrella? The in-game umbrella that they have? I haven't used it during this update. That took no time at all. You know? That was only like a few seconds. Oh, she doesn't... Wait, where's your little cute little dance? Did they take away my dance because I did a custom? Wait, oh, I was about to clip up the bee. You can't clip the bee. Yes, and the sounds from the bubble wand won't work? Oh, that's so odd. Please, maybe it'll be fixing it up. Oops. Wait, where's my scissors? Oh, there we go. Okay, I was about to be like, I don't know. I don't know about the hair. I feel like the hair is kind of too bold. I feel like the hair's too bold. I love... If they would let us, like, adjust the highlights, I would love it. Let me adjust. Custom. This one. See, it looks cute. Wait, was her bow there? I didn't even... Was her bow on her head? I don't even remember. Okay. Let's try one more again. Here we go. I think you can toggle the dance on and off. But I like the little dance, so I know I don't have it off. There we go. Wait. Okay. I was about to say, I don't think that's the makeup I have on for you. I don't have on my marching outfit. Please stop following me. Let me see. Let me just double check. Let's see. This. Prioritize keeping the... Wait. Oh. Okay. Okay, I think we should be fine. And then... Why are you red? There is nothing there. There is nothing there. Stop lying to me. Okay, so the next outfit. Next one. We're gonna get them all pink by the end of stream. Deals? Yay! Oh yeah, we're changing this outfit for sure. I do not like this outfit. Do I want this one? You know, we're gonna... Aaliyah. They keep airdropping on my computer. Bug catching. Bug catching. Bug catching. Bug catching. I like it. Thank you. Let me see. How are we going to... change this up completely because I really don't like these out. I don't like the bug catching outfits at all. I do want her in like let me find a shirt. The stripe version is at least cute in a Miku kind of way. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Am I about to put her in dresses for everything? I'm trying not to. I'm really trying. But like I love the dresses so much. It's very hard. I need to delete these. I need to find a way to delete. Can you delete these sections? Like I accidentally like saved it one too many times. Like delete. Remove. Save? Wait, what the hell? I'm so lost. Girl, I just broke you. Wait, where's your other one? They made the dress is so pretty. It might be a thing where you can save over the color. Ugh. Ugh. I goofed. Okay, so if I want to do... To be fair, this would make a really cute bug-catching outfit. But, of course, it will be pink. So if I use the light blue one, the light blue, and then like change it to pink. Hold on, let's see. Let's see. Pink everything. But I'm like, it's a bug catching outfit. So like realistically, shouldn't I put her in something that's like shorts and like realistically, you don't see women. Can you know what I mean? But it's very hard. I've never been a pants girly in this game. If you want inspo, what if you did a riff on Fawn from Tinkerbell? That is a good, that is a good idea. That is a good idea. Totally Spies? But like even, hold on, let me see. Let's look. Totally Spies. It's been so long since I've watched that. But like, they don't have, are we talking the skin tight outfit? Are we talking about this? Because like they don't, Nikki doesn't have nothing like this. Wait, what if I dyed the Froggy outfit pink? What if we did this one pink? I beg you, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's do this one. What's up, baby? Do you need to blow your nose? Okay, come here. Blow your nose. Hold on, I'm gonna mute real quick. I know. Hold on. I think my catch. I think my sickness has caught the girls. Okay, so we're gonna do that one. Now, can I dye can I dye the umbrella, like the little, can I dye that? Hold on. If I could, can I dye this? I can dye this? Bitch! I was trying so hard not to say it, but like, I got so excited. Hold on. Hold on. I was trying, but I couldn't hold it back. I couldn't. Hold on. So it's like green. Like, I don't want it to look. That looks kind of. I want it to look kind of realistic. I know it's already like. Wait, like this. Yeah. Okay. What if you make it like a. I've never heard that. What kind of leaf is that? Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. I don't know what kind of. I've never seen. Maybe I've seen it, but like I can't. Let me see. Oh, I could. Wait. Because it's like already green, right? What is the... Hold on. I want to see something. Where would I go to see it? This one? Would it be this? I'm trying to see... Because I am going to pull for the second evolution when it comes out. What color is that? So it's like a... Okay. So that's that color. Right? So how does it look glowed up? What does the glow up look like? Where is it? Am I not seeing it? Oh, I'm in the 3 stars. Yeah, I'm definitely not seeing it. Where are you? Oh, right here. So it's refreshing. It's kind of like a... Oh, you guys can see it. So it's green, like purple, like... So the first level is green. The second level is kind of like... I don't know. It's like got like a purple hue to it, and then we have like a lime, right? We would consider this color like a lime. I think it was the 4th row. Yeah, I'm just trying to see like a lily pad. It looked like a lily pad. So I'm trying to make sure like I'm not doing a color that's already going to be coming out for Evolution 2 and the glow up. I want it to be completely different. Ooh. I do not want to be holding a dead leaf. Oof. Hold on. Oh, that looks unreal. That doesn't look realistic at all. Ooh. Like, that looks unrealistic. I feel like, I don't know. Ah! There's, my color's locked. Nah, not really. I don't know. Should we go like this? Like, it looks kind of like not real. Like, because if I'm going pastel, I want to keep it light because not really. I can go like a little bit deeper, but I'm not trying to go overwhelmed. Like, I don't want it to be too deep to the point that it doesn't coordinate with the outfit completely. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense. To an artist, yes, but I know the terms. Sheesh. Wait, what are you talking about, Kobe? You don't even be making. You're not make. Wait, that's. Why are you saying sheesh for? I'm. The screens. Oh, Aaliyah. Yeah, she's watching TV. She's just excited. I I don't know. Mm, okay, so I'm gonna. I feel like this could work, right? Maybe I should wait. Okay, we're gonna wait on the leaf. How about that? We're gonna wait. Because I probably can't even use the leaf if I'm using it for bug catching. Now that I think about it, the leaf is gonna be not important. Uh, where's the outfit? This one? Okay. All right. We're about to put in some work. Here we uh uh okay. Okay. So the hair. I want that hair, but like, I don't think... I don't think it's gonna register cute with a dye in it. Maybe... Oh, I could do this and dye this hair. Let me see. Okay. Wait, there's a second part? What is the second piece? Oh. I'm using 10. Should I just leave that alone? No, I gotta fix it. But then, like, I don't want to... Because the moment I... Hold on. I don't think it's... Okay, I do want to dye the hair, but I don't know if it's worth dyeing the ponytail holders. I want to dye them. But, like, that'll make this uber expensive. Okay. So there's that. The shirt. So wait, select all? Okay. Hold on. We're not, wait. Should I go like a deeper? Oh, I can't use this one. Wait, should I? So that part is green and then, so, hold on. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Let's dye this real quick. We're gonna select all. Okay, wait. My pink is hidden from me. I need to... Do I have to wait on this one too? My pinks and purples are hidden from me. 10 and 12 is what I need. Okay, so I can't do this outfit yet either. Depression. But I can do the hair. Okay, hold on. I get so confused. I just erase everything. Alright, so where's the hair again? This one? I do want to dye the hair. However, do I really? Or do I want to wait? Do I want to wait for this color? Wait, that is the color I have, right? Oh, the reason why I get 10... Wait. Huh? Is the reason why I get 10 is because I have both evolutions for this one? Or this outfit? Because I have the purple and, like, the pastoral... Maybe. I don't know. Don't mind me. I'm overthinking a lot. Okay, so... For this outfit, I have to wait until I get Evolve 2. or the evolution for the second frog outfit so that I can unlock the other palettes. But I know for sure that's what I want to do. Overthinking in this economy? Right. So we're going to go with this outfit for sure. We're going to change the hair. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where's the white one? Right here. Oh yeah, Lolo. Oh yeah, Gerald. You heard our game got delayed? Yeah, August 29th. August 29th. You know, is it pointless to put on the makeup? Because, like, the makeup gets replaced with the outfit that you're currently wearing, your main outfit, not the ability makeup. So, like, is it even worth putting on? Let me see. Yeah, look at that cute little outfit. It'll be pink. I called it too. I'm not mad at it. I rather games be like, I have the unbiased opinion. I rather games be late and they take their time instead of bringing out the game early and it being broken or not up to par and we have to get constant updates to get what we were supposed to get to begin with. So I am completely content waiting. Gotta complete the outfit though. I know. It'll be there. It's, you know, it's there in spirit. We might not be in the correct color scheme. But does it drop this in 1.5? I think it does. It drops in this update with the other two future releases. Let me double check. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I got distracted from our chats. Game news? Retweet? Yeah, I take your time. Give me a nice game. I don't mind. Newsfeed. Where is it? Where's that big girthy ass strip that they gave us in the Discord? We can all see. I mean, you guys can find it as well. It's in here, but like, yeah. Yeah, so it comes out in 1.5. So we get Water Echo, Harvesting Blessing, and Froggy Fashion. So I will be pulling for sadly all of these. But Froggy Fashion, you will be mine. Evo 2, I will have you. I'm not goofing this time. Okay, so we'll wait. We'll wait on this outfit, sadly. We'll wait. It's fine. Oh, this outfit. This whole outfit's gotta go. I do not like the fishing outfits. I don't like neither. Well, I like the second evolve, like the second evolution of this one, the watermelon version. There's always so many outfits to get. There really is. You're not wrong. I like the watermelon version of this one, but I haven't gotten it yet. So we're gonna change this. Okay, I really feel like I should have her in like a legit shorts outfit. Like I'm fishing. Hold on, she can wear a skirt, right? You can wear skirts and fish, right? Oh gosh. Uh, it's always so distracting. Like, okay, now I'm not distracted no more. Oh, Lord. Wait, what? What's wrong? I haven't even started yet. Them pants you had on earlier? Oh. You don't like the overalls. You didn't mess with the, you didn't care for them. What was wrong with the overalls? No. They weren't that bad. They weren't that bad. I'm really thinking. I should do this out. You know what? I'm gonna do the skirt. I'm gonna do the skirt. We're gonna remove the jacket. I gotta remove the backpack. Wait, do I? Girl, let me just... Girl. Sometimes it's just best to start from scratch. I want the skirt. Okay. I want like a cute little fashionista out, like, you know, cute little fishing outfit. I'm trying to see if I can find inspo. I'm not finding any inspo. None at all. Nope. Okay. Okay, realistically, I should put her in shorts. Right. Cute little shorts. Do I have like a fish? You know, let me put some real like hair on her. Not that. Like, I don't like when the hair for Nikki like goes like this. It dries, and I know the purpose of this is because if you put something on her back, like it lays over it nicely. But like when you don't have anything on her back and it's just stiff standing out like this, no. You know what I should do? I wonder, can I finally I have a favorite hair. Like, I don't know if people know. Confirm. I'm gonna see if I can. How does it look if I dye it? I have like a very wait. Where sorry, I'm overthinking. Where is it? Where is it? Can I not dye it? Is that why it's not showing up? It's a bun. It's a bun. Where is it? I don't think I can dye that hair bun. That's why. Is it not showing because I can't dye it? Let me find it. Where is it? This one. Oh, I can't dye it. Oh, they're so lucky. Because this is like my go-to bun in this game is this bun right here. This bun, that is my go-to hair bun. That's the best 3-star that they got in here for hairstyles. That is the mermaid outfit looks amazing with a full set of Misty Waves Eureka's. I bet it does. I don't really like to walk around with Eureka. I feel like it's too busy for me. But when I see it on other people and they take pictures in it, it's gorgeous. But like it's overwhelming for me. I don't even think I have the right colors. Yeah, I don't even have the right colors that I would want to use. I mean, I have, yeah, I don't even have all the full colors yet. Womp womp. Yeah, I would not want it with pink or white. I would want it with blue. Flowing water, water splashes, waves, and little fish swimming around you. Well, you know what that means. Not going and pulling for it. Paper. I refuse to spend money on more Eurekas. I spend so much money on Eurekas as it is, and then my money just goes away so fast, and I be sitting here so confused. I'm like, how did I get here? My cute little iridescent one. Mood? Yeah, I be losing all my monies, and I be so sad. Okay, so... let me see. I'm fishing, so I want my hair up, right? I love this hairstyle so much. But like, how up do I want it? Do I want pigtails up? Do I want... I do like this one. I feel like this would be a perfect, like, fishing hair outfit. Or fishing. I got it in one try in the realm of Eureka. I keep getting everything else but the ones I want when I'm in there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So, like, if I... Legend of Lala. Hello. Welcome in. How are you? Since this is brown, and they say that the base or the palette colors, like, are manipulated by the base color of the original hair. Play the hard mode for the challenge. Higher drop rate. Yeah, that's normally what I do. But I mean, like, when it's time to, like, do the 10, the level 10, the max out for that Eureka, I always get the same colors. Like, it never fails. Winding down from bed. Hope you're having a good night. Oh, thank you. You have a good night as well if you're going to get some rest. Sleep well. Thank you for the follow before you head to sleep. Let me see. Oh, it doesn't do that bad of a change. I don't think I should. Can I make it blonde? Like, what color? Like, hmm. How come they don't give us like the option for blonde? I guess that's yikes. Ew. Is that as blonde as I can? That's like ashy. I'm sad. Okay, so I guess we don't dye that. Let's change. I can't change this one yet. She will be changed soon. I feel like I should just like do that. Well, let's just do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. This. Because, yes. Then. I really don't like. Okay, I can do this. Maybe some of this. Now we're gonna do. We need a nice little, like, swim-esque shirt. If that makes sense. That is not this or this. Thanks. Oh, my goodness. Hi, Raiders. Hi, everyone. Is it... I'm so bad with names. I'm so bad. Is it Rin? I'm so bad with names. I am so embarrassed. I'm so sorry. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. How was stream? Mochi, welcome in. Is it Milk and Pie? Welcome in. Oof. You. I'm gonna butcher your name, and I apologize in advance. I'm so sorry. Welcome in. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Yes. Okay. Nice. Welcome in, Raiders. How was stream? Were you playing Nikki? I know. I believe you are in part of the. You know, I just be lurking, but I be. You know, it's okay. No biggie. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm really bad with names. But hi, everyone. Yes, she is. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Lolo. We're playing Infinity Nikki. Right now, I'm trying to come up with crafting my ability outfits. We're going all pink for everything. If you guys got a ready to run though, please go do so. Go eat, go sleep, go drink, whatever the case may be. Happy time zone, wherever you're at. Ren, thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. I hope your stream went well. I don't want to like keep you if you. It's 12:15 here in California, so I don't know what time it is for you. So if you gotta go, please do so. I don't want you to feel like you have to stay and talk. I know how it could be after a stream. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm on the same time zone as you. Oh, okay. That's good. I was like, I know it, I don't want to be like telling people no worries because like I don't be like, oh my god, I stream, and then they're like, listen, I'm just trying to go. I'm trying to get in the bed. I'm tired. So thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I hope stream went well. What were you doing? I know you were probably, girl, I get it. Mood. I'd be so like people because like I get so conflicted. I'd be like, hi, how are you? We just took a bunch of specific photos. Really? Ooh, I haven't started the photos. I just unlocked all of the ability stuff. So gay? No, you're good. I understood. But yeah, we're just working on my outfits. It's going. But I love that. I haven't been able to take pictures with people yet because like I did one like little hand holding moment and she like ditched me. She's like, she didn't talk to me. I was trying to chat with her. I was like, oh my gosh, how are you doing? This is so cute. And she just I was like, this is so cute. I tried to emote her. I gave her like the little hearts and the wave. And then like she was just pulling me around, holding my hand, pulling me around. And then like if I wanted to go somewhere, she's like, no, you're coming this way. And then I was like, oh, okay. So I would follow her. And then I was like, oh, this is so fun. And she like her first and only message was, okay, I have to go now. And then she like got off. I was like, I was like, this is me in real life in the game too? The game is treating another Nikki just like left me in the dust, just left me out stranded by the ocean. This alt universe Nikki kind of rude. I was just like, oh, she's like, I'm done. I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, you have a good day. She's like, yeah, dupe. I'm like, oh, all right. That was my first experience in my last, and I haven't touched anybody ever since. But I don't want to keep you. I feel bad holding anybody when they just get done with the stream. If you gotta go, please do so. Cuz left you by the ocean, no sunset. She's, you know, they say you can get what you get and don't throw a fit. I held your hand for 5 minutes. I pulled your heartstrings. I tugged you along. I played games, literally, and then I'm leaving. You're good. I will hop off and get ready for bed. Have a wonderful rest of your stream. Thank you. Again, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I can't. No, that's legit what it, like, you know, I'm like, you legit played games with me. Like, you legit. You left my Nikki out by the sea with a beautiful sunset and an empty hand. Okay? She didn't deserve that. By the sea. This is not what Ariel intended for. Like, you know, I'm in my mermaid outfit. I was trying to take her out in the middle of the ocean, trying to ice walk her across the sea, across the ocean, holding her hand. She joinked my ass back and was like, we're not going in the water. I'm like, oh. Like, she didn't say it, but her actions were like, yoink, we're going this way. And I'm like, oh. Okay. By the sea, hands empty. She just, I was like, I don't know what I did to deserve that. I gave her a high. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, I was typing. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, we're getting to play together. Da, 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 da. Didn't accept my friend request. I'm like, I don't know what. Maybe I was too friendly. She gave me the boot. Let me see. Oh, these are starting to hurt. Okay, we want shorts, right? We're doing shorts for the fishing outfit. I need a cute shirt. Remember, we're dyeing all of this pink. That is the goal. Oh. What if I do the little... Can I do this outfit? Hold on. Wait. Do people... Do people... Do people fish in jogger outfits? It's been a while since I went fishing. I mean, like, it has, like, the open air for, like, the zippers for open air. Now, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Gerald, why are you dotting me? Why are you... What did I do? Why are you dotting me? Can I... Wait. Can I get, like, a cute high pony and dye it? I can't... Can I dye this one? Ooh, that's not a cute high pony. You pulling up to fishing with that on? Is this a bad... Wait. With that... Okay. Look at... What's wrong? What... If you saw somebody swim... Like... Okay, I'm ready to fish. I'm here. And she came out like this. You wouldn't be like, she got that shit on? You wouldn't say that? You wouldn't say that? Like, oh, she got that shit on. She's ready for the Instagram pictures. You can't be practical with this game with Nikki. I learned that the hard way. Yeah, I'll tell her. Yeah, I'll tell her she got that shit on. See, okay, that's all that matters. We're moving on. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you. Next. Okay. She got it on in the wrong. Ma'am, I won't... Wait. I would not tell her she got that shit on if we're going fishing. Look, she's got this... Look, she's got a full out... You can't tell me that's not... Lolo. What? I'm not putting her in overalls. That is a crime. They're not even cute. Y'all want her in something like... You about to get in some dirty ass water. Who gets in? She maybe have a boat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. She might have a boat. She might be on a yacht fishing. This is Nikki we're talking about. But that's more fitting for this setting. She might be on a yacht. This is Nikki. She doesn't even get dirty. Thank you, Paper. Paper said she don't even get dirty. A yacht? Okay. This is Nikki we're talking about. Oh. A yacht for fishing. You've never seen people go on a yacht to fish? Y'all told me to put her in something like this? Y'all trying to set my Nikki up for failure. Y'all want her in something like this, huh? Do you remember where the water sprouts are in Stonewood or Stoneville? Water sprouts. I do not know. I'm about to go eat. You got it. Y'all want her in something like this. Y'all want her in dusty, crusty outfits. Y'all want her in something like this. I'm not putting her in this. Nikki deserves the best. Y'all want her in... Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm about to travel between realms. The pants are giving Oliver Twist vibes. See, that's not the vibes I want. I want... She's got that shit on, and that's what this gives me. See, y'all are just, you know, the people who don't play Nikki, y'all are just jealous. You want to know why you're jealous? Because you guys don't have that shit on. And Nikki is styling on you. That's just be honest. It's okay. It's okay. Look at that. She's got that mess on. She is ready to go fishing. And then when I turn her pink, hold on. I'm about to turn this mess pink. Now, wait, can I turn it pink? That's the question. What if I can't change it? Oh, I'm gonna cry. Hold on. I didn't even think about that. What if I can't dye this? I didn't even look. I can't dye this. Y'all set me up for failure. You hate me for real. I knew it. Y'all hate me. I didn't even look at that. I didn't even look to see if I can dye it. It tells me right there, I can't dye it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You know what I'm gonna change her into then? Hold on. She about to go. She about to go. She about to fish in this. I'm chilling, bruh. She about to go fishing. In this. Yeah, you got it, gang. You what? You don't approve? You want her in something like this, huh? Ugly outfit. No. No. I'm going for the disappointment. Right. I could put her in this for fishing. Then y'all have a problem. I could put her in this for fishing. I don't see these as fishing outfits. Wait! What if I do these as fishing outfits? That would be a cute... Okay, we'll do this. I can do this. Let me double check and see what the glow up outfit looks like. The color for the glow up. Because like if it's pink, then I'll wait. But I think it's like a peach. I believe it's like a peachy. Let me double check. I don't know what just happened. Oh, there you go. What am I looking for? Momo. Momo. Let me see. Yeah, I would still change the color. So this wasn't gonna work for me anyway. Okay, I'm gonna dye it. Here we go. We're dyeing that one. Which one would be easier to dye though? For pink. We're gonna find out. It's like a... Let me just see. We're gonna dye this. it's so cute. Oh, that's way too pink. Hold on. But that's like, is it? I'm gonna try. Let me try the yellow one and see if it takes the pink dye better. Oh. Oh, that's so cute. Okay. Okay, so we like that. The hair has to be up, doesn't it? That's too long. Oh, snap. So if I want to dye the hair, I should probably put her in my skin tone so I can see it actually reflecting off of like the prop. Okay, I can't. Okay, that sucks. Mm. If I want to do that, then I should just put on the purple hair. I just found the chest with those blue yacht pants you had on earlier. You know? See? They could be yacht pants. Like, you know, Gerald and Hightop are just haters. They don't understand art. It's fine. You heard me. So wait. I don't want that one. Oh. I don't want that. Okay. And then this one. Do I want... Wait. I don't know. We got yellows, so should I... Yikes. I should just leave it yellow, no? Should I leave this one alone too? 'Cause there's blues. But I should change this one. To that. Guess I'm going fishing? Gerald, you're just a hater. You don't understand. You don't understand. Okay? You just don't understand how hard it is to be Nikki and be glamorous and like beautiful. In every way, shape, and form. It's okay. It's okay. You right. See. Wait. No, that looks... I don't know what I was thinking. Do I want to keep the backpack on? Or do I want to... Do I want to switch it up? It is okay. I'm glad, you know, I'm glad we both understand this. Truly. I am. Hold on. Switch 2 will confirm they will not release the Switch. Wait, Nintendo has confirmed they will not release Switch 2 consoles or even games or accessories in Central America and the Caribbean in 2025. What? So, like, if you want to switch, you gotta... Damn. That's rough. Would it be wrong of me to just slap these wings on everything? Because, like, I love these wings with my whole heart. Probably. I just need... They really said, roll them cords up, play, because y'all ain't getting shit. And that's crazy, because, like, that means they have to either have somebody send it out to them, which is very risky, or they're going to have to fly out and get one themselves. And in this economy, coming to, like, at least the States is probably not feasible or wise. Damn, that sucks for America, and we all know who's responsible. Yeah, that's gonna be the only option, honestly. Yeah, because if they go over to, like, Japan is actually... The Japanese Switch is actually going to be cheaper than, like, the multilingual Switch. I think that's what I last read. They said that you can get the Switch cheaper for the Japanese only, but then they're like hiking the price up to, like, our price, our US price for the multilingual, which is insane. That sucks. Should I go like this pink? Is this even pink? Like, this is like more purple. Okay, so hold on. Now I'm confusing myself. Because, like... Okay, so maybe I should do the backpack in that color pink. Why are those... Okay, because I said that there's yellow in the socks. Okay, because there's yellow. Okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Earrings? There's earrings in this? There's earrings in this. I didn't even notice that. What does it change? Ooh. Okay. I usually keep politics out of the picture when watching streams, so I'm not going to comment on the matter anymore. No, I understand completely. I try and keep politics out too because it can ruffle a lot of people's feathers if they don't have the same belief as you. Or the same knowledge or understanding, sadly. It's a crazy world we live in right now. Honestly, Earth is just ghetto. Where are we gonna go? Call Jeff Bezos to go ahead and send us up to space for like 11 minutes? That was all. I think it's not true. I don't believe they went to space. My brain just want to say something though. My brain kind of wanted to say something. No, I understand. I don't think they went to space. I don't know. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Bruh, I don't believe shit anymore. I don't believe it. Katy Perry came out kissing the ground. I'm about to Expedition 33. Mars or Jupiter and leave Earth. We about to, you know, I'm about to be a Wally. Get me one of them chairs. I'll sit in them, sit in the moon in one of them chairs and be just, you know, thick forever. Not even thick. That was just fat. But like, oh God, I'm finna pack this shit up. I mean, like, it's just awful. I wish I could see this in my actual color, you know? My skin tone. It's kind of... So, if I did this, batch saved. So, let me double check, because, like, I'm trying to understand. Damn, these commercials almost got me this time. Oops. Okay, hold on. Wait, there's more? You know, for the amount of dye in stars and resources you have to use to get a dye to go, like, to get dyes going, I feel like they should increase the amount of gems we receive. But that's just my opinion, because, like, this shit's not cheap. At all. My credit card was in my hand, ready to go. No, if you can't, don't, just, you know, I'm sorry for all the ads. It's just like since I don't really encourage subbing here, like I do have a lot of ads going. But if people do, I appreciate it. But like, I try not to be like, oh, Gerald, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. That was so sweet. Thank you. Hold on. Is it, can I just, hold, I'm so, wait, where, malfunctioning. Hey. Hey. Right? Bitch, where's my backpack? Oh, this one. I was about to cry. I was about to be like, oh no, my backpack's missing. What do we think of the new fishing outfit? Does that make sense? Does that one make sense? Do we agree on that one? Does that look like a fishing outfit? Because it's a rainy day outfit. OMG, is this not a fishing outfit? Sure. Girl, I have come to the realization y'all are just jealous. You're just a hater. I'm about to take this one off because like I can't keep my pins on. Lily, why are you still awake? Nah, high top, let her cook. The fish will see you a mile away. Why are you gambling, Kobe? Why are you... I'm gonna eat this salad. You got this? Not in front of my salad. I see the vision. Thank you, paper. Y'all hating for real. The girls who get it, get it. The guys that get it, get it. The guys and girls who don't get it, that sucks to be you. Because I got a large, and I got a large enough lead to Gamba, I guess. You're so cute. Your ass is supposed to be asleep. Okay, I do want to keep this as my... Do I? I kind of... Wait, do I? Hold on. Do I want to keep that as my motorcycle outfit? Oh, no. Hold on. I think I might want to change it. Oh, wait, can I change this one? Hold on. Hold on. Because I like this one. I like it. Like, I think this one's perfect the way it is. Too cute to sleep? Hold on. Hold on. I might... Hold on. Why can't I change the dye? I need to fix it. So, like... Right? Alright, so, like... How do you, when you do, how you do, what you do, when you do. Sandman will arrive and never leave. Lily.
Mom?
Hold on. I don't want to hear nothing. Okay. What if I gave her like a What if I gave her... Hold on. What if I make her like Beyonce on a motorcycle? You know? My vision. Beyonce... Hold on. Beyonce on a motorcycle. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Beyonce on a motorcycle. I don't have short shorts like that, Beyonce. Cowboy Carter. I don't have a horse, but I got a motorcycle. The Lulu o'clock is kicking in. For who? Not for me. I stayed up until like 5 in the morning now. I have screwed up my sleep schedule permanently. That ain't no Beyonce. We're gonna make it Beyonce, okay? Hold on. Yeehaw, we snaw. Oh my god, this is so fucking cute. Okay. Should we do the all white? Like Beyonce? Should we do the... Oh, for you? Should we do the all white like a Beyonce, like Beyonce would? Should we... All white and pink? It's almost 4 a.m. for me. Then go to sleep. Paper. Go to sleep. You're not paper, Aaliyah. Okay. I can't get behind this. WWD or BD, what would Beyonce do? What do you mean you can't get behind this? This looks like some. You're just a hater. Hater. I sense it. You're just a hater. Beyonce, not on Beyonce's internet. You're a hater. How does it feel? How does it feel? Nighters, goodnight paper. Beyonce's internet. Oh, I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Exactly. Okay, so we gotta dye that one. Hold on. No, Lily. Okay, so the hair we already have figured out. The blouse. Okay, so the blouse is all pink, right? I don't want to dye that. We're gonna dye that. Do I have white? Oh, it doesn't let me, like, the dyes don't really work out. I can make it darker, but I can't make it lighter, which makes sense. But I can make it... Dang. I almost could have, you know... The game won't let me be great. Not on Beyonce's internet. That's crazy. Oh. Okay, it stays normal. I just wanted to change the weave, I guess. Look at this. I might make the brown a little bit richer. Cause like I don't. There's no one there. There's no one there. Oh. Look at Momo's precious face. He is enjoying himself. Hello? Get off. Oh. Get off. Oh no, I goofed. Wait, which one did I die? Was it this one? Yeah, okay. Do I... I feel like the brown needs to be a little bit more of a richer brown, so I'm gonna dye that real quick. Like, that needs to be... Oh yeah, that's where all of my stuff went initially. Wait. Oh, so I can get blonde on this one, but I can't get... What? But I want a deep chocolate. Yeah, like that. Ooh. Maybe... Wait, why is it so shiny? Like that. Like that! Yes! Love it. Okay. Cause of death, outfit, part in the bicycle wheel. Right, it gets caught. So go here. Go here. Go here. Okay. Hold on. You can't tell me she don't look cute. Is it too chocolate? I feel like it's a little bit too chocolate.
Whoa.
And probably shouldn't keep using the same hair, huh? Now I'm questioning my existence. Now I want to change it again. Because I feel like I don't want to keep using the same hair. I don't like that. Oh, hell no. That might be the candidate. Hold on. Right? Hear me out. I do this. Right? Hold on. That one is cute. See? Thank you, Gerald. About damn time. Shit. Aaliyah, you gotta relax. Is this too rich? I feel like that's too much. She's like in Delulu stage right now and it's showing. Do I want to change her hair? No, ma'am.
No, no. No, no.
I probably don't. Excuse me, sorry. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna hop off of TikTok real quick. Alright, TikTok, I'm gonna let y'all go. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna continue over on YouTube though, but not YouTube. Which app am I on? The purple app. We'll continue there, but I'm gonna let you guys go. Adios. Bye. I forget. There's so many apps I stream on. I be forgetting for real.
I know.
This stream is longer than live streams made by 100% of content creators with a similar following. Oops. They say, bitch, you streamed for too long. I'm sorry. That's what it said. I'm sorry. I don't feel like we're getting enough diamonds for like all of the dyeing that we're doing. Okay, so like, hear me. Okay. Maybe? Yeah, that's cute. Oh, not default, Nikki. I think this is the longest I've been on one stream in a single sitting. I appreciate it. Oh no, I'm in the wrong outfit. Not the bird flying away. Help! Come here, I'm trying to cut... not cut you, but like... Well, you know what? It's too late. I already said it. Can't go back. Honestly, yeah, it's the hair that needed the switch up. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The hair was not... I don't like the whole... What is that called? Is it a mullet?
The hem looks just like a fishtail. I'm dying to scratch at it, but it's too perfect to mess up.
That was a cute little add-on. I never heard him say that. Did they give him a new, like... Oh. That was cute. Okay, so we've done this outfit. This one we have to wait. This is the perfect swimming or fishing outfit. She was hitting that shit for real. We love this one. Too bad I can't decorate the bike. Momo wanted something other than barbecue for once. Right. So I gotta fix this one. Should I change this to this? Oh, no, it is. Okay. And then this one we have to change. So we have to change these last two. Is this really how it looks? What was the other colors? Because I only got to level 2 for that one. Was there a pink in that, in like the 3rd or 4th Evo of that outfit? I don't remember. Aaliyah, please, baby girl, relax. Why are you telling me to get out when you should be getting out and going to bed? Love you. Let me see. Oh, I wouldn't see that here, huh? I have to go to evolutions. Oh, they didn't really come out truly with the pink one. So I could do a pastel pink one for this. Should I do a pastel pink or should I completely change it up? I might change this up because, like, I don't really... Let's go. Let's see. All right. So... No, I'll keep the hair because I might change it to pink. Hold on. Let me go through the dyeing section and do this. Which one's the lighter one out of the bunch? This one? That doesn't really look that light. It would be this one that's the lighter one, right? But I want to change the hair to the white one so it takes the pink base better. So this one, right? Of course. Maybe I might be getting rid of this one completely. These are all like same shades of purple. Oh, there is a black. They're not the same shades of purple or pink or blue, but I'm just like, damn. We might have to change the hair. Leah, why are you fighting the fan?
No.
I can do this one. Let me stop going to that hair. That hair's retired as of this point because like I've used it enough. Like I like. Wait, maybe I should change the pigtails. Should I do these pigtails and make them pink? Oh, I don't have the second variant to get the true pink, huh? Yeah, never mind. Aaliyah's over here being delulu. I don't like that one. I want to do like the cute Hatsune Miku hair, but like no more. Girl, you're over here making all these noises. Girl, go night night. Where is the other hair that I have? Isn't the other hair I have brown? Oh, this is it. Okay, so maybe, what if I dye this one? Will it come off more pink? Nope. I'm struggling. How about if I do, okay, well, how about, okay, how about I do this? I grab the dress first. I see what colors, oop, let me see. I do this. That's purple. That's too, like, even for it being pastel pink, like, that's the color pink I want. Okay, so we're stripping the whole outfit. The whole outfit's not coming with us. It doesn't go here. It's getting retired. So which one are we doing right now? We are doing the float. Should I make a... Should I make the other... Wait, should I make that pink? Should we make this one pink? I can't dye this one yet. Shit. Oh, my heart. I'm crying. They really made it so that you can't dye this one. I can dye this one. But like, I don't care for that one as of... I mean, I know it's the floating outfit, but like... No. I'm not encouraging you. Because you're going to try and keep staying awake. I'm going to fight her. I'm trying to see if I can see any inspiration from any of these for a floating. I wouldn't mind this one as a floating outfit. Or this one. This would be a cute floating outfit, no? Can you dye this one? These 4 stars in like the selection suck ass sometimes. Because it's like, I don't want to go purple. I want to go pink. And then like I go pink and this is too pink. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't care for that. Maybe I should make this one the floating outfit. Can I? Nope, I can't. I gotta wait until I get the next. I gotta get the last 2 colors. A lot of these require me to get the last 2. You know what? I'm just gonna wait. We're gonna wait. What I am gonna do, I feel like this is a good place to stop. So what I am gonna do is I'm gonna let you guys go. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. Let me see. I want to find somebody to raid out to. Another Infinity Nikki content creator. Let me, or like an. Ow, that's my ears. There's a. Let me see. Let me find somebody for us. I'm gonna raid out into another Infinity Nikki individual. Let me see. W stream, thank you. Let me see. Oh, you guys can hear that. And I can hear myself. Ugh, gross. Let me see. What are we doing here? Okay, none of the Nikki content creators are streaming Nikki. I'm trying to find somebody. Let me see. This is actually pretty. Oh, she's cute. Okay. I guess I'm gonna raid. We're gonna raid Pink Sheep. She's a VTuber. Her VTuber is super cute. I think I was suckered by the VTuber. So we're gonna raid there. Okay. Pink Sheep. Let me see if I'm allowed to raid to her, because like she might have her stuff turned off. Nope, I can raid. Okay, So I'm gonna have you guys right over to Pink Sheep. She is also playing Infinity Nikki. Thank you to everyone who was here. I appreciate you. Thank you for spending your nights here. Thank you for lurking. I hope you guys have a good rest, good time zone, good day. What's today? Wednesday. So I will see you guys again Friday, and I'll be pushing out a lot more content over on TikTok if you ever want to see anything. But you guys have a good night. I'll let you guys go. Thank you. Have a good night. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Bye. I'm letting you guys go.